이기적인 눈물 한 방울에 모든 게 전부 덮였잖아. 꼬여진 매듭 등 돌린 나 반복이 됐어. 버릇인가 어제 그 기억 사라졌다. 암네시아 멀어져가. 이건 뭐
Alright, so we had Beautiful Lie. When you're at full health and 0 exhaustion, gain advantage on all d20 rolls. That might replace Infectious Paranoia, but I don't know yet. First, I want to see what should we level up. I'm not taking any of these off. We could level up our wisdom. Get a +9 to it. Makes our spell DC a lot higher, or one more higher, actually. What else can we do? I like a higher constitution. And I really like this helmet. Even with the -2 charisma. Could go +2 charisma and level up our wisdom. We'll have advantage against elves, and I'm sure we're gonna deal with elves again soon. Yeah, I think let's level up our wisdom. Alright, quests. We're not doing this. I don't know what other halflings there are to ask about that. Gotta go meet her patron, which we're gonna do next. We need to figure out what to do for the Drunk Sphinx's riddle. I do want to go ask her what it is again, so that we can think about it some. Because I don't really want Viskin to help me getting into the pillar. Can you tell me the riddle again? She chuckles. Many times as you want. Found within the arcane flare, twin tongues of flame that scorch the air. Burrowed deep within the earth, a primal string to show your worth. Folk and gods and thronging herds, a man divine alone howls his words. Alright. Well, we need to go back down below. Slow as a snail. Jump. Right, so even with slow fall on you, this is still dangerous, so be careful, alright? I know. Take a step up on the edge. That is way too dungeon! Meek is little homesick. This is nice. You sure about this? Of course not, I can feel the magic of the well. Right, magic well, esoteric fall. Damn it. Goblin joins you in your leap. Then you drop into the darkness. For several seconds you feel nothing but soaring air through your uniform and helm. As the extreme tingling sensation fills your senses, the sense of falling, and another sensation fills your gut, an esoteric sense, as your fall is gently and carefully slowed down until it becomes nothing but a faint descent. Intelligence had something to say. But also, I thought we were only going to get to level 5. Maybe I just did a bunch of things that they didn't expect me to do. I'm a little bit of a completionist, so... The hag leans in over her cauldron. I don't know why I went down here. I could have just used the pillar. Travel to the Undercoast path. Whoa! Hi, Nescon. Oh, I already have speak with plants. Why? Hello there, cleric. You approach the elf as she tips her cap in your general direction. I have received word of your precarious delving. Hello again, elf. Watch her face contort into that too wide, slightly unnerving smile. She's happy to see you. The roots whisper of the man in iron. How he broke the winter's plague, the dreaded Gorgalash. Of course, most of this was spread by Kokoloro no Mono Rosso after you saved him from that esoteric freeze. The mushroom man's name quite literally rolls off her tongue. Highly impressive use of the fungal's primitive pronunciation. If you cared so much, why didn't you help? Oh, I could not touch upon the might of that cursed troll. Although if I'd known my friend Kokoloronomo no Rosso was in trouble, I would have rushed to his aid, of course. She mispronounced his name. Hassan, it's Kokoloronomo no Rosso, not Kokoloronomo no Rosso. Oh, her smile drops. I mean, shrug. I just call the guy Burr. Since that's the sound he makes, isn't that worse? Arguably. Right. Yes, that was a slip up on my part. I will apologize to him later. She leans on her staff and tilts her cap to the side. So what will you do now, cleric? Good question. I got some info from that Freestrider fellow that Gorgalash had imprisoned. Oh? I think I need to travel to another dimension. Oh! Her eyes light up. You speak of, she mutters and glues her gaze onto the pillar, rising up into the mist. I know of primal spirits who journey through the gates. Even those thought long ago closed, shut, locked. You know how to travel to the other side? Or who are these spirits? Who are these spirits? Oh, they are the ones too powerful to meddle in our business. I'm afraid. Opetajani, my teacher, Hierophant Opidana. She is one of the few creatures upon the Undercoast who knows the secrets of the leftover gates. But that pillar is no such nook, nor is it forgotten. It is simply very, very shut. There are other gates, then? So many. But they will not help you if you are looking for something inside there, the elf murmurs. I only know two who may help you, two whose influence I've heard whispers of. Calpea mias pimeasa tornisan sitten tuotavotinen sphinxi. Pale man and the Sphinx, of course. Visken? Yes, Visken. Do not hold contempt for him despite his nature. Varjormeili can be found in Everstasis in many forms, left as tutors, guardians, or watchers by the elves of stars. Mind of Shadow, a type of lichdom created through primal stasis, usually by powerful druids or elven wizards. Unlike ordinary liches, they do not inspire as much dread nor hold as much power, due to their balance with the natural world. In other words, they do not consume souls to keep living, but rather just stay permanent. Visken is similar, it seems, for now. He holds much knowledge about the pillar in particular. If you dare, you should speak with him. Sphinxy? Yes. Ulziz, the Sphinx of the titular drunk Sphinx. I am not a usual customer, however, if you have not gained her ire yet, then she could be one to help you inside the pillar, potentially. Is there anyone else? Yes. Her smile fades into a frown as she looks through the mist to the west. Since you survived a trip into the Room of Pipes, I'm assuming you've already met with the Master of Whispers, the one who hears the pipes. What? No. Who's that? Oh. That is a big monster who lives in the old prison. Here I go, making assumptions. So there's a monster in the old prison that I can get help from? She nods her cap. I do not recommend it. Beyond the powers of the Sphinxian Viscan, a deal with the aberration would surely allow you to enter the pillar. But the price would be steep. Steep price! Master, be careful! Yes, listen to your aberration friend. It would know well. I'll consider it. Do that at your own peril. Her smile returns. You will make a good choice, I believe. And I wish you luck on your esoteric journey. The elf understands the seriousness of your quest. She supports you. This might be one of the few truly good elves around. So put these little pinecone guys. Those are Mennikainen, what the humans call Vatar. Primal spirits. They live everywhere. I think they specifically wanted to come out to greet you after ridding the area of that foul winter's plague. She smiles. They are happy. The primal magic proved useful. Good. I am still surprised by your affinity for the primal cleric. You could make a good druid if you stripped a bit. Look around. Nude? She nods. Yes. Yes, cleric. I do not know of any druid of any circles who carry man-made iron upon their flesh. Not today, not since the Great Split some 200 years ago. A collection of primal wizards in Old Dimenor who left behind their old title of Circle of the Earth. This betrayal is still an open wound for many a druid. Give me a history lesson. I don't like those, but fine. In short, some druids left their route to become arcanists during the war. This was generally considered to be a bad move, and a terrible choice for all of the natural world. She smiles. A more genuine one this time. Not so lecherous anymore. I say we need all kinds of people to keep balance, including you. No matter what you wear or what your title is. The elf leads in, grabbing your shoulder for a moment. The spirits are watching you run. Along the strings, wisps, little ignorant flames, some of them primal, some not. She turns to look out into the mists. They root for you. For Snell, too. And for her, Miss Celestial. Thanks. He's standing very far away, isn't he? Your angel companion simply nods her head. Got that stuff from Lord Pooh. Ah. Rakaspuni. How lovely. Hope you got along. Yeah, though I gotta ask, like, really, what is your relationship with that tree? Fine, I'll admit it. Might be stringing him along a bit. Oh? Yes, nothing I'm too proud of. But some trees of the more virile variety tend to enjoy attention. Not the debaucherous kind, mind you. The kind of attention given by the heart. But if a 10-minute conversation a month gives an old tree his jitters, then who am I to deny him? Must be useful to keep that big tree under wraps. That's cute, I think. Sounds like elder abuse. That's cute, I think. Something like that. Perhaps, yes. She gives you a wide grin. You're still... Yes, cleric. You hear the sneer in his words, despite him standing a fair bit away. The elf chuckles. Cute! Have you met Etir? No. But I have heard of her. The mushroom lady lifts her cap slightly, as to get a better view of the floating celestial. A golden veteran, serving human interests. You must have quite the story. She replies with a telepathic message. An elf serving goblin interests. She lets out a hearty but still sort of creepy laugh. Yes, my situation is a story as well, isn't it? I won't pry, that's not my intention. But I wish you luck, my angel friend. Friend. She lowers her cap and looks back to you. You're collecting quite the little warband, aren't you? It's called a party of adventurers. Sounds fun. She nods and smiles. Well, I should be going now. Same here, cleric. I have to stop on by our old friend, Kokoloro no Momono Rosso. Her lips move so fast it looks like she's having a seizure. You could probably match that speed though. A wonderful dialect. Say hi to Kokoloro no Mono Rosso from me. Snell turns to you with wide eyes. He gives you a little golf clap. I will, cleric, I promise. You watch her waddle off in a very unique walking style. Traps might be my least favorite thing about this gig. All the mushrooms, that's probably second in line. Time to go. Snell. This feels like a spot for detect secret. But I could be wrong. Herwath, the first guest. Approach the angel. I have to finish this today. Yep, the old lady will be real pissed if we don't. I don't know what we should do today. I'm feeling stressed. Understandable. What do you think we should do? Good question. We have a few good clues if you ask me. Number one would be that testimony of our star witness himself. The goblin sighs. Look, I know you're all in on this idea of following this esoteric mystery of the smoking invisible man, but just focus on preparing yourself first. I have a feeling this could end up right in the shitter if we act too rashly. Agree, we have to be careful. Yeah. He scrunches his nose and looks away. Though also, this is the clearest clue we've got. Obviously, someone fled the tea shop into that pillar. I don't think Meriadoc is the type to give a shit enough to lie about something like that. So fuck it. Let's see how far we get. Let's go into that pillar. Go into the pillar. This tile is loose. A stash. Swamp extract. Shard of your dream patch. Not bad. Snail door that seems eerie. Approach an iron door. This one bears a symbol of chains with a comically crude little devil drawing underneath. It is simply how these folk wrote language with images. I don't like this one. It's wrong. The air feels wrong. Oppressive, heavy. An infernal oppressive force, the angel tells you telepathically. There's a devil inside. An ancient evil. Cast a spell. Words shift, meaning clarifies. Then comprehensible words emerge from the chattering of a foreign language. Let the spell activate. Waiting so long. Can you understand me now? Perfect clarity. Yes. A heavy exhale. Relief. Good, good. Now listen. I'm a prisoner here, not by the Tulincatl, but by the mad wizard who roams this cursed place. He, by some feat of my own idiocy, managed to trick me into this cursed cell. By now, my soul has all but burned into the void inside, so please, rip the seal and kill me. I would owe you quite a great deal if you did. You sure are talking a lot. I've been here for a long time, stranger. Indulge me. Mad wizard? A man of House Hagenshags. He went mad years ago, taken by the beyond surely by now. Came to these ruins via the undercoast sea, all to avoid you humans above. Yet the trove he promised me was but a ruse. No offense, but I'm not one to ever put my hope into a human again. None taken, I hate humans. All offense, you can't say that about us. I wouldn't trust a devil either. None taken, I hate humans. Self-loathing human, oh how the times change. Who are you? I am... Hello. How's it going? Nice, nice. He pauses. A soldier. He's hiding something. Well, let's not think about that. Yes, this is my first playthrough of the game. Well, it sucks that we're going to use our wheel on this, but might as well. Convince him to tell you more about his very rupturing backstory. Just go for the leverage. Leverage? Yeah. But smooth. Hey, so I want to make sure who you are before I let you out. I don't stream daily. I've been trying to stream at least once a day, but there are days where I just can't. And usually I stream in the mornings my time. Hey, so I want to make sure who you are before I let you out. If you're someone interesting, I might be more likely to rip the seal. The voice is silent for a while until eventually it lets out a groan. Fine, I can see your intrigue. I will tell you, but it is not as interesting as you could imagine. Oh? I am Lesionas, a pike holder. It is akin to a sergeant in your terms. I was in Gorgorian's initial invasion. Initial invasion? Of yore, yes. I fought throughout each of the invasions, or as you call it, the Gate War, and I never fell. Through hundreds of years of constant battle, I've lived through his fall. His generals all have been ruined or destroyed over the millennia, if you believe the Blood City Council. However, I lived through it all. And now I'm here, stuck in this foul, damned, quite annoying iron gate. Entirely due to my own fault. That mad wizard and the trove? Indeed. Since the Coast War ended, that messy brawl, I've been following rumors of various artifacts stolen by your human arcanists. Those artifacts were hidden, scattered sometimes, handed down to these freestriders, sometimes buried in hidden troves. One such trove is rumored to be found in the ruins of Tulincatl, where your city of Norvik now stands. So I snuck in from the earth to find my contact, this Hagenshags. A mistake, of course, when my hubris caused me to underestimate the little man. That, along with some unluck on my part, caused me to get stuck here. For now, I would be happy to lose my physical body and be reborn in Blood Bay City. Please, rip the seal. If we ever meet again, I promise I am in your debt, human. Helping a devil is not always a bad idea, even if they are naturally evil. I don't see why not. It doesn't seem that worse than your average top rank on this part of the coast. What do you want? Freedom. Simple, direct. Break the seal, let my spirit fly. I will return to Gorgorian's corpse as I should have done years ago. Honest, at least. You want to return to a corpse? Does it sound insane to you? A little? I see. Why should I free you? Because I asked nicely. Hint of dark humor. And because keeping me here serves no purpose, but if you found me, I'm sure some other poor soul will wander down here eventually. No hard feelings if you don't have the courage to rip the seal. Someone else will, in time. Decided what to do. Oh? Will you kill me, human? His voice is calm, patient. I'm just streaming for fun. Soldier waiting for orders. Yes, I'll break the seal. Thank you. Gratitude is actually genuine. What a lovely guy. Break the seal, set me free. Rip it. You grab the paper. It tears easily. Too easily. The seal shatters. Light erupts. Not flame, not smoke. It's spirit. A devil's essence. It rushes past you. Into your mind. Don't let it in. Well, shit. Yeah. Kinda knew this was coming. Got advantage. Let's cast protection from evil and good and etc. Are you kidding me? The spirit slams into you. Infernal energy rips through you. Oh fuck, cleric. Take a breath. I'm okay. Wonderful. Thank you, human. Then you hear a faint cackling laugh. A whisper, fading. Fading into nothing. Well, that's fucking ominous. Let it fade. The door now stands cold, empty. The devil is gone, flying across the coast to Blood City Bay. I didn't just doom someone, did I? It is possible. The angel offers no comfort. Snell steps up and taps you on the back. I wouldn't worry about it. Now can we go? Right, yeah, time to go. Ow! Well, that sucked. We need to go get our another snail door. Approach the iron door. Hunted a paper carrying a symbol. Looks like a flame. Heat radiating. Is it just me or is that door a bit hot? The air almost shimmers. An elemental. The angel sends you a message. Your goblin companion takes a step away from it. Faint sound like a whisper in the tunnel. Mortal. That's me. Hello. I wish for you to know my peril. I am Galbatar, the one of the pearled flame. I have been trapped here for many eras. As the top Ifriti of the Crimson Court, I would go to heavens and hells to serve you, if you only destroy the seal which holds me here. Press your ear against the door. The metal burns. Owie! You could have foreseen that. Careful. What do you want? Silence. Then, you will free me! The word explodes from the door. Heat washes over you. Not a question, a command. How arrogant. Why should I? Because I demand it! Entitled creature. The Ifriti composes itself. You must listen. I have the power to grant you more than anything else of that mystical nature ever could. That's vague. True words are always vague. Break the seal, free me, then I shall grant you a great service. What happens if I break this? Freedom! Power! I will grant you wishes! Lies. It will kill you. Or enslave you. Genies do not give freely. Wait, if you've been sealed for this long, do not think, only act. Sorry, I'm I'm kind of focused on the game. Yes, I'm from the US. And I don't really care about becoming affiliate. I don't get 3 viewers typically. So like if it happens, it happens, but this game doesn't really get high viewership on Twitch, so doesn't want you to think. The seal keeps you alive, doesn't it? Silence. Long, heavy. You know nothing, mortal. You know enough. The iron door is a stasis. I have been here for eons. If I die, so be it. That is a lofty goal. It would rather die than stay imprisoned. Noble or mad? Sorry, your choice. Yes. Use the empty Afridi bottle on the door. Pull out the colorful bottle. Empty, waiting. Huh? An Afridi bottle, ancient containment. Currently empty. The door begins to shake. The voice panics. You hold up the bottle's mouth towards the door. Push it forward. Bind. No! No! What are you doing? The seal shatters. But instead of freedom. No! Curse you! No! The Afridi is pulled esoterically from sealed vessel to sealed vessel, ending up in the bottle. Screaming, raging, helpless. The bottle grows hot in your hands, then quiet. The door is cold, empty. Right, so that's what that thing was. An even smaller prison. Brutal. The bottle weighs heavy. You can feel it seething inside. 1,000 years of fury. No, you may not. The seal is gone, the door is dead. Was that the right thing to do? Morality in the mortal sense or in yours judgment? Either one would be difficult to define. Better than letting it loose, I guess. Want it, Snell? I'm okay. You hang on to that. He leans in towards the bottle and says, I want it on the record that I am not involved with this kidnapping scheme. Muffled yelling from inside. So I've got a genie in a bottle now. Lean in to listen. I'm quite mad at you, but yes, you've got me, the bottle says in a teeny tiny voice. Alas, I will be stuck here for another decade, which is numerically better than another millennium in snail prison. Why a decade? Whoever made this shitty bottle put it in as a rule, most likely to make whoever seals a creature inside more likely to hide it in a trove of some sort. I'm gonna sit here for 10 years, then the next person to rub it's gonna get me as a great advisor and servant for a bit, then I'm heading straight back to Ukul. Now if you excuse me, I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me up if you still own me next decade. The voice goes silent. Cool. He wasn't as bad as I assumed considering the flames. It appears you have received an even greater magic item now. Well handled. Now can we leave? Right, cool. Now we get +1 intelligence, +1 wisdom, +1 constitution. An advantage against elementals. Alright, I need to go. Back to the shrine. And recast. Whoa! Why are two of the crystals? Oh, these are the doors, probably. Oh, we have another chance to behold both of these guys as well. I want to probably run around and do that really quick too. Strength. Dang it. Oh, this is dexterity. My bad. +3 dex. +2 dex. +9. Come on, DC 30. I just need to roll. Ah, hold on. Maybe I can get I don't know if it works for Behold Text, but maybe I can get my proficiency added to this somehow. With enhance ability. We also have Wisdom Behold to do there. Pair of spells. Charm Person, Complang, Cure Wounds. Detect Secrets. Grease, Inflict Wounds, Speak with Animals, Spark Skin, Enhance Ability. Knock up. Enhance Ability, yes. Are you kidding? Annoying. Alright, let me re-equip my spell book. My regular loadout. And let's prepare spells. Charm Person, Complang. Oh, we can probably have more spells now because we leveled up. Inflict Wounds, Grease, Speak with Animals, Bark Skin, Knock, Prayer of Healing, Protection from Evil and Good. Yeah, we get one more spell. Detect Alignment, maybe? Yeah. plus 11. Nice. True neutral, 9 strength, 11 dex, 10 con, 10 intelligence, 14 wisdom, 7 charisma. Brr. Perhaps a future ambassador of his people. Treat him with respect. Cool. Ah, wrong helmet. Alright. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hello. Big crab. I don't know if we can get to you, but you are there. I should probably have noted down who all still requires a behold check, but you're crossed off. I don't really need any of your stuff. Anything I can say to you? It's you! It is. That's all for now. Dex behold. Nice. He's grieving, but he's keeping it together for his brother. They both have ways of dealing with it. Arn will grow up to be a great capitalist. Oh no. No, Arn, don't do it! I love this song. Wonder if the landlord is still here. Not, he's gone. He might be somewhere else, but he's gone. Strength behold. Should have done this yesterday too, but it's fine. Nice, everything. We got everything. Surprisingly content, hard worker, devil, level 2 scribe, lawful evil. 6 strength, 16 dexterity, 9 constitution, 14 intelligence, 13 wisdom, 15 charisma. His nested interests in the current regime. Devils used to be allowed into the city only on work visas, so he could have served for several decades. Somehow, you just know this devil would gladly organize a mass genocide against non-humans in this city. This is no ordinary imp. His stature and position implies a former rank, a greater devil. What kind of game is he playing? Braxo. He works for the upper city echelon, and knows more than you'll ever hear. Tiny form is a convenience. Keep him as your friend. He will be useful. Hello again, cleric. Can I help you? Not exactly happy to speak with you, but nope, you cannot help me. Uh, we've got Rolos. I don't think we can go into Darrow's Nest anymore. Might as well check Temple of Earth. Yeah, duck. Ah, we've already. Blah. God damn. +1 strength, +1 constitution, +1 wisdom, +1 charisma. Versus strength, dex, wisdom. Strength, wisdom, charisma. If we go full dex, what is our odds of yoinking that? +9 lowers the DC by 3. So it's a DC 19. Gotta roll a 10 or higher. So we'd actually have to roll a 7 or higher. Sure. Yeah. With nimble fingers, you grip the heavy axe. With the perfect angle and perfect timing, you don't even need to wrestle it away from his grip or anything. He doesn't even notice you taking it. A miraculous feat. Oh no! Start to feel dizzy. What? You watch a purple glow spread from the axe shaft into your hands. It burns. Crackling voice fills your skull. It speaks to you, horrible things in a tongue you do not understand, but you know it is mocking you. Let go of the axe. Your fist is clenched. There is no way. No way for your escape. Scream. Body falters. But life remains. Out of the inky darkness you see an iron hand. Snatches the axe away from you. Caretaker does not serve you, soldier. He never will. His voice, he is not angry. Groan loud and mutter incoherent noises. Oh, I love that. That's really good. Alright, let's get back to normal. I love that there's interactions like that. Alright, let's go down a level. So many crabs around. I wonder what that's about. Wisdom gear. Yeah. Plus 11. Big money, no whammies. Yeah, easy peasy. Her knowledge goes deep, far below the city. Learn from her in her loneliness. This elf is seeking an escape. Why else be here of all places? Her matriarch. Yes, this woman is in trouble, just like you. True neutral, level 6 druid, 11 strength, 11 dex, 11 con, 7 intelligence, 17 wisdom, 9 charisma. Human, friendly greeting. That's it. We've already wisdom beheld her today. Let's go to Visken. Intelligence, we already did that. Dexterity. Ah! Oh. I got it somehow. There's something deeper in his connection to his master. This kobold holds the pale man as the highest possible value. Literally his personal god. Master say you behave. Questions. Short questions go. Okay. Nothing else we can get from Vera. I met Mary Doc Moonwatch downstairs. And where was he? Not shocked? No. Where? All the way down on Under Hollow Ridge. He was captured by a troll. She groans, walking over to the desk. Of course he was. He's in one piece, I take it? He was smiling when I got him out of that cage. Of course he was. You see, our dear Moonwatch Prince came to visit us a few days ago. He journeyed for the election, yes, but from what I understand, it was also to seek out the ruins below the city for his research. No wonder he ended up in trouble. Vera sighs before tossing you a pouch. Here for your service to the revolution. Oh! Let's keep this on the down low, shall we? She opens her mouth and thinks for a moment before clarifying. That means, do not talk about how one of our most prestigious celebrities almost got eaten by a troll, okay? Do I have a choice? No. A grin and a waltz towards you later. The orc leans in near your helmed face. Now tell me, did you actually fight the troll? Then to Snow, did you? Snell shot him in the eyes. I was backup. That's very impressive nonetheless. A quick laugh, and then she returns to her desk to look over a document. I'll have to speak with Moonwatch about it later, whenever he chooses to grace us with his presence again. Once more, I must say, I am very grateful to have you here, Cleric. Thank you. Now, is there anything else the AR can do for you on this fine day? Just let me know. Yes, she takes that. No. Actually, looking for a hag. Cleric searching for a hag. That really sounds like a magazine tale. Seen a hag around here? Look, it's no secret the Ascani Reed's Trade Company employs a number of hags. Since the early revolution, we've prided ourselves in working with those who turned from the Magocrats, including the many young women left scarred after the MHR. HR? Mass hag recruitment. Terrible initiative in Old Diminors. They're employing hags on Tolstad. A freelancer, yes. Her name is Lisa. She provides security, arcane knowledge, eldritch innovations, and divination. She's quite good, but unfortunately she is often a private matter, from where I understand. So she is unavailable at the moment. Is she involved with the tea shop? Not from what I know, although I do understand if it's something you'd keep an eye on. I imagine any esoterically minded individual or creature in the city would be under suspicion, even our hard-working hag. When did she leave? Not entirely sure. Last week, something like that. Did she leave right around the time of the tea shop explosion? It's possible. Where does she live? In hut. It's usually parked on top of our headquarters here. It moves. You know how hags are. Can she cast fireballs? Oh, I don't think so. Remember those funny magma hags on the Burn Coast. But beyond that, I don't think I've ever heard of a hag casting spells like that. Lisa only deals with typical hag magic. So she's a witch. She thinks about your question for a while. I think there's a distinct difference between hags and witches, but I'm not entirely sure what they are. This orc is the wrong person to ask about esoteric things, I'm afraid. Where can I find her? No clue. Freelancers go where they please. She might have left the city as far as I know. She'll turn up eventually, though, I'm sure. Okay, let me know if she shows up. That's all for now. Climb the ladder. I've already got his info. Got his. Got his. Got his. Ah! Let me go. Alright. Down to the city below. Someone went inside this thing, huh? Yes. Fear so. You have to be real careful if you want to fall into a gate like this, but you can do it. City below. Let's make our checks and then continue exploring that snail cage area. Strength. Arrgh. I defeated a troll. A troll? The hairy woman gives you a wicked smile. Say you were lying, but I don't think you're up for that. This will surely help. He did actually kill a troll. Technically speaking, it was just silence. She interrupts him. She nods in your direction. Well done, human. I find your skills highly arousing. Thank you. I made them myself. The bugbear scoffs and clenches her morning star. Now what else do you wish to speak of? I will not indulge your ego any more than this, I assure you. Oh man. Yep, halfway there, boy. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Oh. This is a shame. This is all such a shame. Do we try it? Fuck it. Honestly, like, of all of the characters we have the option to flirt with, this is the one that seems the most up my alley. I do not look like it, human. I am. Oh yeah? Yes. Oh really? What are you tempting here? She laughs mockingly. Some type of courtship? You are a fool. Prove yourself worthy. I might look your way, you buffoon. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, good luck. She scoffs. In a way that makes you shiver. Nod your head and leave. Well... Women, they're everywhere. Your worth as a man is based only on the admiration you get from them. Your goal? Get a date. A real date. Good luck. Oh, Lord, have mercy. I'm so sad about that key. Oh, damn. Yeah, we lost the fucking key. I'm so annoyed about that. Oh, right. There was a stash here. Glad we came back. want to make sure we finished exploring this area. Seems like it. That is Kraid. Anything more with Kraid? Nudge ahead and leave. And we're back. Alrighty. Do you want to cast Detect Alignment? I think this is the same thing that other path leads to, so I'm not going to go here just yet. Whoa, that's a lot of question marks. You're home. Tolls Pass. Visca. Earthport. Divinitorum. Oscon. The fortress was still there 1,000 years ago? Reeds. The Ilum Forest. Today, this is a cursed land. My homeland? The various dragon thrones of old Diminor. And yours point. The coast. Chamber of the Realms. You step out onto the little lines. It's faintly lit. The chamber collapsed, rubble strewn across its surface. What you see is a slice, 1/8 of a greater whole. It's a map. Lascani, yes. Damn. However, it is old. Mountains and rivers alone do not align with any modern-day interpretation. Despite that, the shape of the coastline and, of course, the ever-standing fortresses of Verdun show it clearly. This is Lascani, during the era of the snail folk. You seen this shit? I sure am. It's a map, right? You are correct, my goblin friend. It gives you an uncomfortable look. Careful, don't be so mushy. Must be thousands of years old. Look at the snail people on it. Etcher's many eyes glance over it, lighting it with a slight sacred flame. Early Fade era. Right, you were alive back then. This realm is young, cleric. The 5 dragons each were older than anything born on Yor. Remember that. What do you remember about this time period? I recall our clashes with the Tulincatl. They were formidable war mages. Though we never made landfall in Ascani during the time this map was created, it was considered Dominium Draconis, which you today call Ascani. Diminor, and Vorgini were all within their territory. Sad that the rubble is covering Divinitorum. Yes, it would have been interesting to see their view on my homeland. I believe our domain would be considered approximately 3/4 of the Divinitorum landscape at this point in history. The choir did not centralize into a functional state until the Divine Era. There are many centuries of infighting and disorder. You participated in any of that? Yes, Snell. Most of my lifetime has been spent in combat with other Celestials. Huh. Indeed. Right, very interesting find. I'm sure there's scholars that would kill for an LR of this thing. Me think it is very interesting too. Old Master had many maps, though Meek never learned what they mean. Anyway, look at the dot on the coast. Your home, thousands of years in the past. This was its first founding by these snails. The little images of these beasts of yore show them stretched far inland, having colonies along the river. Not too unlike your own people's efforts. Look along the river Torna. They appeared to have colonies even as far as Toll's Pass, even further than Earthport, the northernmost town or Jarldom under Norvikian influence, and the last civilized stop along the river, famous for its furs, expeditions, and of course, the Mule Town incident. In 25 PE, 2 years ago, a reported fight with a local arcanist occurred in the northernmost Norvikian settlement of Earthport. Ever since, the city has been overrun with mules, which the locals are unable to get rid of. Thus, the settlement is commonly known as Mule Town. Though, curiously, this map does not align with your common knowledge. No, it does not. The Endless Waste should not allow anything to be built this far inland. If this map depicts everything until the Wastes begins, then there was far less wastes during the Fade Era. This is commonly assumed when looking at other early mapping attempts. Good to see it confirmed, like it reads in Old Diminor. Across the border, on the mostly covered in rubble band to your left, you see a very different visual than is commonly depicted today. For today, most of Western Reeds is ruined, cursed. Where the cursed lands lay, here you see a fertile crescent. Is that a frog? Yes, you have heard of Anurans You have heard that Anurans occupied large swaths of Old Diminor before the strife of the Divine Era. While on the coast, you see several locations that do not align with any modern locations. The Draconic Civil War surely reshaped most of this as your former overlords fell. The one dot that does align is a tiny one placed in the center of the bay, the Reedsian location for the Pillar of Yore. It has stood there since the Gate War, so it makes sense that the snails would want to point it out clearly. They did worship Yore in the end. And it also seems the rest of the geography in this depiction of Old Diminor does not align with any modern visuals either. Yes, the Arcanists geoshaped most of it, to create more fertile farmland and defensive positions. Look at Divinitorum. Most of it is covered in fallen rocks. The one thing you see is like some feathers. Like Drummer? Not really. Drummer's more of an Imian bird from which you remember. Divinitorum was filled with birds all throughout the Fade Era from which you remember. It's like their thing. Luxorian birds. Then the Celestials settled more seriously over the course of the next couple hundred years, and with settled, well, that's the colonialism, imperialism version of it. They're still there today, so they surely did something right. Look at the lion in modern-day Visca. You see lots of smaller symbols representing the lion folk of Ascani across the inner parts of the map. There is some evidence pointing towards Ascani being a temperate band during the early Fade Era. The visuals here, along with the inland lions, would suggest something similar. Tribal catfolk ruled large parts of Ascani until the early Divine Era. Their claw marks are evident all over your precious city. Look at the dragons. 3 of them can be seen, a red, a green, and a black. The red dragon, Asuth, the red dragon of Ascan. The scourge of the coast, the largest of all known dragons throughout Yore's history. Luckily, he was slain long ago. Look at the green dragon, Tissereldanor, the great green dragon. She was the mother of most, as they say. She who birthed the coastal broods. While a tyrant, like all her kin, she is known for her lighter touch and bond with man. While Dugdul and Dim slayed her, it ushered in freedom for all mankind. Her visage upon the map indicates her domain, what is today the Ilm Forest. Like the black dragon. Umbramixus, the all-wise black dragon, guardian of the bay. He was known as the most magically adept dragon on the coast. His esoteric cache and silver slough has still not been found, and is to this day a popular target for adventures and reads. Which dragons are missing? Felgentior, the Blue Thunder, and the Mandrake, Alganoth, of course. Those are the big five who fought during the Draconic Civil War, the ones all humans are taught to despise. Hate the dragons, they enslaved my people. Once man grew strong, he broke free. Enslavement is simply a result of weakness. That is the view of a person without a heart. The heart does not think, at least anything useful. Done looking at dragons. Look at yours ocean. Cool depiction of a perch, and a nice whirlwind pool at the top. Just the same as they do today. Good thing the snails were as confounded by the whole mystery as we are today. You know, you could get yourself real rich by figuring out that whole thing one day. The mystery? Yeah, the mystery behind yours point. It was like the first place where the big whale first entered, through the first of yours gates or whatever. But no one who ever tries to sail directly seawards ever returns. Real spooky, but there have been reports of massive treasures being found on the islands located deep inside that stormy part of the ocean. So if you ever want to become an explorer, pirate, sailor, that's where to aim for the biggest payout. Just think about it, okay? The world is your oyster. Crack it open at your leisure. I want 15 strength. Red dragon. Fortunately, he was slain long ago, else he would be a worthwhile prize. Ah, it's just our masculinity being dumb as shit yet again. Six Semper Tyrannus. Oh, to hear what strange bardic nonsense these snails cooked up. It was the Drakekin who first broke the beasts of yore. Huh, looks like some type of tourney. Fun. Rabbit folk. Riding snails. Interesting. An iron snail-like door. A very creepy round snail door. You approach the ominous door. The tunnel lay silent, only your breath is heard. Placed across the surface you see pieces of paper covered in ancient writing. Seals, they keep the spirit inside stable. This is freaking me out. Seals. Esoteric shackles, yes, this is a prison, indeed. This area is an ancient prison of the Tulankatl. These are cells. Cells of the soul. I've heard of these. The angel speaks into your mind. Prison made by the Antesepalian folk. Look around the crevices of the door. Underneath, along the sides. Press your head against the ground, against the walls. You see clearly, this door does not lead anywhere. It is not tightly sealed, nor is it very fastened against the end of the tunnel. It is simply an iron door sat upright against the wall. That's actually freaky. It feels cursed, at minimum. It is, in fact, a magical way of capturing creatures, not cursed. Sounds cursed to me. That doesn't sound cursed to you? Does not sound cursed to me. Well, it sounds cursed to me. A magical prison lost in time. Something is inside. Look at the symbols. You lean in, checking them closely. You do not know the script. However, it is most likely some type of seal. Most likely in the snail folk's lost tongue. Talking to the door. Hello? Your voice echoes down the tunnel. The angel beside you appears to freeze midair, her eyes focused on the iron door. And after several seconds you hear, there is someone here. A light voice dances in the air. It gives you chills. You inside this door? There's silence for a while longer. Then the voice says, It's been long. I see not, I feel not. Yet you I hear, you beyond the door. I have a favor to ask you. And the first voice you hear in a long while, and you want to ask a favor? Yes. Bold, I like it. Okay. The voice is silent for a few seconds longer. The suspense is great. I'm sure it'll just... Please, save my husband. Oh. You catch a glimpse of the goblin giving you a worried expression. I know not who you are. I do not speak your tongue. The strings grant me these few words. They broke his soul into paper. He made a grave mistake, but this punishment, it is beyond cruel. They wanted him to see the end of the world, to lose everything. My love, my foolish, petty, wonderful husband. Can't I get you out of here? We will help, don't worry. My fate is written. The voice fades beyond the door. Lady, we'll get you out of there. She really tugged at his heartstrings. Please break him out. Break the paper. Speak his name, please. Please save my Isk-Urm. The pleading voice then stops. Lady? Hello? Nothing. Jeez. That was something else. I think I understand. A woman in distress. You need to help. There's no doubt. Yeah, let's look into this. Right, Etir? We have to, Behind you, the angel is shivering. Glittering dust falls from her halo as it spins erratically. Celestial tears. A rare sight. Emotions from an instrument of death. Her voice enters your mind, stuttering. What? Is she crying? This is a travesty. Agreed. Her body shakes in the air. To speak through an iron door takes a heavy toll. If she has truly been in there for millennia, then her soul is already withered. You must break the seal, cleric. You must save Isk-Urm. Rip the seals. As your fingers touch the paper, the symbol upon the surface lights up just for a split second. Then all at once, as your fingers drag through it, the paper crumbles into bright white ash. Nothing appears to happen with the door. Snell looks at the dissolving dust and then to you. I hope you know what you're doing. She will rest. She deserves it. Let us save him. Yes, always Snell. Sure, I believe you. He actually does. I should go. Approach the round door. Upon the surface, a single piece of paper clings to the metal. This one, a crude drawing, showing 3 creatures, a lion, a goat, and a snake. It'd be nice to have a language that just shows pictures of what you're talking about. The symbols carry deep meaning. A seal, a prison, a warning. I like the goat. Which one do you like, Etir? The angel leans in. I enjoy the lion myself. It is a prideful creature. I also notice a crack in the door. It's small, found in between several large pieces of shell. Like the goats now? Yeah, it's a nice drawing. And I have no personal issues with goats. Lions and snakes, though? Dangerous. Don't like that. Thought you liked catfolk. Catfolk are great. Lions, not so much. Now can we leave this thing alone? I'm getting the creeps. Like lions, Etir? The catfolk of Ascani have always fascinated me. Their architecture is beautiful. I agree. How swell. Her many eyes glare at you, urging you to do something or leave. Look through the crack of the crevice. You press your helmet against the crevice crack, peering through the narrow gap between iron and stone. Darkness, then movement. Eyes. 3 sets of eyes glowing faintly in the black. One pair burns with amber fire, another gleams with an unsettling blankness, the third cold and reptilian, all watching you. You'll pull back instinctively. There's eyes in there. Something is alive in there, more than one. Of course. The goblin's eyes. Why wouldn't there be? The sound of the primal spell rings down the tunnel. Then a sound. Low rumbling. Not one voice. 3. Who speaks beyond? The voices overlap, discordant. Animal sounds mixed with something almost human. Oh, that's not good. What are you? Are you trapped in there? A roar shakes the iron. Someone speaks, someone hears. How long have you been in there? Too long. No, it has only been a moment. It has been somewhere in between. The lion's voice rises. If there is a voice, then there is an exit. The snake's voice hisses. If the exit exists, then we can escape. The goat's voice barks. If we can escape, then we are no more. What do you mean? Does not answer then. In an instant, the voices disappear. A strange light emanates from the seal on the door. Look at it. The paper crumbles into ash. Nothing happens with the door. It remains shut. It appears the creature inside did not survive the breaking of the seal. That was awful. You approach the edge, and terrors arise. Wah! Oh, what the fuck? Everglad, him in the pipes. Hello, Ron. The maw below. You hear hyperventilation coming out of the goblin. The beast of the far realm. She looks ready to strike. Can you truly stand against a creature of the void? No, no chance in any hells. Pray and kneel. Everything is shaking. Try to calm down. Breathe. Try. 1 in a 20. You stand before the maw. Hold in your guts. Let your heart pump its blood. You faced the vast darkness of empty space in those abominable eyes. Far you have delved, it says. I am happy to greet you. The aberration's voice reverberates against the cold, wet walls of the sewer chamber. Naru super, I am enamored, impressed, lucky to witness. Shivers. 1,000 eyes, each focused on you. This is something evil. This is indeed a creature of the far realm. A trifler, yet larger than any specimen you've ever read about. Be wary. Now speak. Some questions for you. Knowledge is a commodity. Knowledge is my trade. I am a simple merchant. Trade, Ron. Trade with me. This thing won't kill me? Does not look like it. Not now. Etir, what do you suggest? You see her clinging onto her blade. Telepathic message in your mind says, this is beyond our combined strength. I suggest diplomacy. Voice carries hints of doubt and fear. You okay, Snell? He nods without taking his eyes off the horrific aberration. Yeah. He takes a breath after holding it for a while. Don't fuck this up, please. Clear your throat and ask the monster. I have to pay to ask questions? Each thought carries costs. I am generous. Cheap thoughts I give freely. Expensive ones will require sacrifice. This guy is clearly aware of how incredibly ominous he's being. He is very much messing with you. What are you? I am the other which is beyond, not the big other that you keep close to your chest. The small other. That is I, what you find yourself longing for in the dark. His words focus on the contempt of authority versus outsider. There is an other within any relationship, the third part of society. He, however, identifies as the separate other, outside of your society. The fuck is he talking about? Why are you just standing here? Why is the world built to contain things like this? Run! 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 I cannot run. I need to speak. Oh gods, it's some kind of aberration aura thing, isn't it? This day just keeps getting worse. What is this place? Stones laid by snails. This was their prison, a complex to throw the unwanted and wicked for centuries. Then they burned. Millennia pass. Dwarves repurposed it, a cistern. Each pipe spread to voices, thoughts, talks, and whispers. I love it. A deep growl causes the ground to near quake. Your guts press against your lower throat. Do you have a license for this pool? The maw widened slightly a few painfully long seconds after you finish your question. I've never been asked that question. Yes, I'm very original. It's important to check with the local government for stuff like this. That's shocking, considering the state of the place. Very original. It lets out a low chuckling growl along with the answer. Yes, wrong. To answer, I bought a delve and prospecting license under my legal name in 501 AE. Oh, actually? Yes, the paperwork is archived. If you require it, I can get it prepared within 5 to 7 office days. Yes, I'll come back to get it then. Wonderful. Are you the one called Everglad? Yes. That is the name I adopted. The original title of my claim was considered too difficult. When I signed my first warlock servant, we agreed upon a more modern name. Everglad we chose. It was appropriate. It shows my everlasting happiness. Beast's elongated maw appears to widen even further. So your original name was just too incomprehensible for us mortals to use, I presume? Or wait, warlocks? No. It was just hard to pronounce. Ho ho ho. I'm laughing. I see. You are, and you will. Wait, warlocks? Yes, you had run-ins with my former servant, the girl. You're the one who sent her to kill me? Yes, a big misunderstanding. Freya did not want to perform as to her promise level. We went over it many times. It was not a sudden decision, I assure you. I made sure to go through the appropriate steps. I offered training, magical enhancements, hex incantations, even free knowledge. None of it was enough to get her to the appropriate performance. Thus we had ended up having to cut the patronage short. Very unfortunate. It is not often my warlocks end their service in anything other than death. He clacks his massive teeth together. I go through one servant at a time, so the position is now open. Interested? Cleric. The goblin looks worried. I would ask your goblin friend. However, I sense hesitation for outsourcing on his end. You send your warlock to kill me, and then you offer me your job as your servant. Well, it is something to be considered. Your performance, after all, is very admirable. Can I think about it? Of course! We can discuss it later. I do not wish to push you into anything. I have for nothing but the best of terms as the patron of the dark. Could be cool. By the gods, do not. The maw, it beckons. And I've explained why you tried to kill me. That is correct. Stare at the monster. Such knowledge comes at a price. The monster's eyes focus on you. There are many things I know, many things I know you want to know. My trade works as such. You tell me a secret which I do not know. I then grant you access to knowledge beyond yourself. A fair exchange, free trade. Sure you're not a free strider? Not quite, no, though I admire their propensity for intrigue. The tentacles writhe around the cistern. It goes like this. You hand me a secret, I value its depth. Grant you knowledge in return. A fair trade is offered. How can I trust you to deliver? His maw opens slightly. The darkness within stirs the bottom of your innards. No interest in your demise. That much I can say for free. The monster then stares at you, waiting to be fed a secret from the crevices of your mind. Thank you for your time. You are welcome on. Watch him descend. Let us. I think we have something that gives us advantage against aberrations, right? Advantage against aberrations. On. Hello. What secrets could I possibly give this thing? That is a question you know well the answer to. Can't you just make something up? How's this guy gonna know the difference? The creature will know. What you want here is just for him to tell you why he was trying to kill you, right? That's the main secret, yes, however. Do you have what it actually takes to share a deep part of yourself with this abomination? I can share something deep and secret. But only if you explain why you tried to kill me. Let's add a growl. Deal. Constitution 28. We have a +3 and advantage. So try something else. Thank you for your time. I'm curious. DC 28. Hello. Look light. Horrifying. Impossible. We have 7 + 3 with advantage. So we need to roll an 18 or higher. So we have a 28% chance about. Thank you for your time. We could go in the intelligence route. We need our advantage against elementals. Or aberrations, excuse me. Yeah. That 20. This far realm beast might be savage in nature, but his demeanor is at least an attempt at civility. He will listen to a good argument, something that brings you into his favor if he were to offer a bit more. One piece of information for free. Mr. Everglad, I don't mean to speak for you. However, your offer of potential knowledge would be much more interesting if you were to grant me a solid taste test, is it not? Ah, you make a good point, but more than that, you make it sound as if you are quite happy about the idea with working with me, which I enjoy. So sure, I will grant you a piece, for free. Now you wish to hear why. Why you sent your warlock to kill me. Lets out a grumble and squints the many, many eyes. Let me tell you about the blood-tongue prophecy. A night, dark as ink, some years past, a young scribe is overcome with maddening visions. On the morrow, the writing is recovered and kept secret by the council, yet the whispers of its content reached me nonetheless. I will not share its content in full, as that is an all too valuable secret, but I shall share this one passage. Scent of Ukul, midst flame amiss, loyal death upon the day of suffrage consumed, laid at the feet of necrotic doom, 1,000 clamors for iron's wrath, all wrought in sundered trove beneath stone. There time itself as witness standeth mute. First by west, south, east, then north, an esoteric era marked forth. This sounds like divine era scripture, the words of fate. Ukul leaves? Ukul leaves bring death. On election day? Yes. He opens his maw and clicks his fangs together. It is as unlikely as it appears, confirmed to be a truthful prophecy. Not yet come to pass fully, of course, as we are not in fact in an esoteric era born true, since the ebb still lingers. So what does it mean? I wish the ebb to end. I saw in this prophecy my part to play. I saw the truth I could create. To bring about this fire to the legislative mass, a plot brought by the Mender's followers, the Illimith elves. I chose to support a player in this game of intrigue, the one you seek, this rogue spellcaster you hunt. Know whom I am after? Of course, I know most things to know. What can I trade to have you tell me? I'm afraid to say nothing. Do not worry, you will find out in time. So you tried to kill me to stop me from finding this rogue spellcaster of yours. His tentacles snap around the cistern. Freya was to destroy this government cleric sent to investigate, to make sure the prophecy was given space it needs to breathe. There was no doubt in my mind of this plan of action, until you stepped into my chamber here. I see more than truth in you. It is obvious. I backed the wrong guy. Now I will look upon you instead. Mom, I don't want your backing. I do not care. Bring me my esoteric era, Ron. I'm fully convinced you will. He's not interested in debate here. He's not even interested in your opinion. This guy literally just wants to watch you do whatever it is you're gonna do. How ominous. Aberration obsessed with fate. This will surely haunt you. Are you illegally influencing the election? No. Are you legally influencing the election? No, not that either. I played my part. Unolotia Manathern. Fate cannot sway. What? You hear the growl coming deeper this time. Deep from its mind. You humans. The humans. They are played not by me. The toxin of ideology seeps more thoroughly through their veins. It is formed slowly, then quickly, then it subsumes an invisible force. It's just ideas. That's how sentient beings have always worked. Think they're bad for us? Ideologies? Ideas are infectious. They creep from minds, crafting memes with poisonous power. If I had such control, we would be one, you and I, but alas, it is beyond even my reach. Perhaps through indulging in your secrets, I too am a puppet of your collective dreams. The idea makes me incendiary, explosive. Is he ranting? Isn't this exactly what you are doing? Controlling people with information? It growls. To some sense, yes. This is all simply my frustration against sentience itself, I suppose. However, simply by being aware of a problem, one can envision and unveil new powers of thought, including the ability to view past the illusion of choice. Not too dissimilar from yours viewing, I imagine, to watch the strings of fate collide and fray across the eras. Yours viewing? Yes, the ability to view like him, beyond the third dimension. You keep on thinking, Naru, as will I. The time of ours will arrive with thunder and grim tidings one day, once we both understand why and how these thoughts are controlling us. It is the start of the esoteric era. You do not forget, Naru. The gates shall rebuild. I understand. Good. We will see once the blood is proven. You see his grin go wider than before. Thank you for the knowledge, Ron. What did you give him? Mostly just listen, but hey. What if I told you a secret about myself? A personal secret? I was in a classroom once. Yes. The teacher was showing us one of those cursed books by the Shadow Lord, and I raised my hand and told him it was a spell book, and he told me no way. But I told him it was, and went up to prove it. I then immediately memorized a spell from the book and proved the teacher wrong, in front of everyone. They all looked at me, stunned, and from that point on I was ostracized, simply for being way too amazing of a wizard. The ancient aberration does not respond as you finish your school days rant. What do you think? Snell looks away. He's laughing. The goblin is not allowed to laugh at you. Etur joins him, turning her many, many eyes as to not meet your seeking gaze. That is not a personal secret. That is only a tall tale. Try something else if you have anything. They are foolish. This was a great tale of your origin. Idiots, all of them, the aberration included. Cut them some slack. You had to be there, you know. I am responsible for my father's death. Ah, I know of him, the troll killer. Your goblin companion raises an eyebrow at the comment. If it wasn't for me, he would be alive. You speak with such certainty, such tragedy. You hear a calming voice enter your mind. A son is not his father's guardian cleric. Remember that. She knows. This angel knows. The monster closes his many eyes and growls. Yes. That I did not know. Let me share knowledge in return. You might have heard whispers of another, creeping beneath your city. When hoarding knowledge, not much unlike yourself. Unlike myself. A rival, you might say. That fool refuses to do business, I'm afraid. But one of my favorite secrets is the tale of his past. The Nothic hiding under Norvik, the last of the Hagenshags. The Arcanists? He lets out another growl. The Hagenshags, a house of Arcanists, masters of alchemical productions, as well as necromancy. These, if you excuse my tongue, wannabe warlocks were destroyed a long time ago. Unlike certain other houses, they do not survive the fall. Publicly. There's a Hagenshags Nothic under the city. Himvrock. His lair moves along the esoteric shuffles beneath, having mastered their chaos a long time ago. A truly mad genius. He arrived in the city alongside the first settlers, you see, hiding among them. Back then, he was human, set to turn the Tulan ruins into his own personal flying fortress. Yet he gained more knowledge than he bargained for in those halls and tunnels. The esoteric madness brought him into the darkness. His petition to Earth was the only showing he did before disappearing permanently from human life, a petition rejected. In his gravity-flipped tower, the Nothic plots and plans. What's he plotting? His empire, of course. Not that it will ever come to pass. A lone wizard in a time of ebb does not even a party make, let alone a kingdom. Yet he stalks the halls, hoarding books, stealing artifacts. The most important secret here is one none in this city knows, even those aware of that skulking Nothic below. What? He is building something, Naru. Decades of planning, all in secret. What is he building? That I do not know. What an anticlimactic secret. Sorry you are disappointed. But see it as a tip. In the future, if you ever learn more about this Hagen Shax, come back and share with me. You will be rewarded. To think, another remnant of these Arcanists hides in these tunnels. You must seek him out once the election is over. You could learn much from one of the Arcane era. I want to do that again with Meek on. Oh. I can't. Damn it. If I sign a contract, what boons can you offer me? Becoming my next warlock has one major boon, of course, knowledge, so no warlock magic powers. Of course, in time. I will not promise you pure power. That is very much a misleading thing to do. You might be suitable for far realm magic, you might not. Doesn't sound like a great deal in that case. Perhaps, but it is the truth. So I will not promise anything I cannot deliver. What would I have to do for you? Oh, nothing that should interfere with your life goals. Sometimes I might ask for some minor tasks to be completed, nothing straight away, kind of tasks. Eavesdropping in places I do not have access, delivering messages to important people, handling artifacts at times. Minor gigs, as they say. Isn't it illegal to serve aberrations? Somewhat. Wait, actually? In Norvikian code there are some clauses about fiendish cults as well as far realm creatures, so sadly yes, I am an illegal entity. Even speaking to me without reporting it is illegal. Of course, if you were to report my existence, I can guarantee you it would not end well for you. Is that a threat? Not at all. However, I must inform you there are agents of mine all over your precious city. If you wish to not work with me, I suggest you simply stay quiet and live your life as normal. Nothing bad will happen in that case. You should not mess with this thing. It's clear about it, at least. If only you were stronger. The only choice now is either to bend or to leave. Right, good to know. Indeed, hope I explained it well. If you signed my contract, it would be because you wish to serve, not because you wish to be granted boons. You seen a paladin down here? Some by the name Lord Gorm? Ah, you ask of the last paladin of your fated god. So you've heard of him. You're Lord Gorm, this missing paladin. You have already found his stash in the city below. That is all you will find upon this material realm. It's pretty ominous, yes, but I cannot say more. The monster smiles as always. Need help. Interesting. That must mean you know where your little hunt is going to end, through the crack of yours realm. You certainly just confirmed it at least. Oops! His maw widens. Shut cake can be passed, yes. That, I am afraid, I can only assist with if you sign my contract. I do not share knowledge with anyone unaffiliated with the darkness. Of course, I would not suggest signing my contract simply to gain this knowledge. You should only sign if you truly wish to serve. My assistance in this matter would simply be a bonus. Got away with words. This is the way you can persuade someone when you've got all the cards. The beast wants you to sign, yet it does not wish you to know that. Thank you for your time. You're welcome, Ron. Well, really don't know what to do. Oh, fuck. What the hell? A strange bottle. Orogeny river droplets. Minor strength increase. What the heck? All the crystals are glowing. You approach the magic circle. Each of the 4 stones around it are glowing. This is the place. The goblin looks around. Looks clear, I think. Iskurum. It is broken. The seal is unleashed. Watch the light rapidly expand. Whoa! It's a snail. Snail takes a few more steps back. Uh-huh. You stuck? Then watch as the snail folk of a bygone era slams into the ground. Stare at it. Iskurum, cord puller. You watch the creature shake and snivel. Its flabby skin moving about freely, its glistening surface reflecting the light. That staff. It holds immense power. Look at the shell. It is covered in trinkets, books, vials, and all manner of esotericals. There's no doubt this is a wizard of the highest degree. Look at the staff. It gives off a faint glow in the dark of the temple. A Gate-era artifact. Magic staff, befitting for a wizard such as yourself. Holy shit, that stick would go for a fortune on the market. Could you imagine? Pristine staff of great power left in stasis for millennia. What a payday. Prepare to approach the strange snail. They shine. The snail lifts his head. Flop. Shake your head and gesture towards your ears. Inte forsta no comprendo. Excuse me? So this is what the Twilin Kata look like. Yalu. The snail holds up his open hand, 4 fingers stretched out. Then he twists them with a snap. There we go. That should be better. I always keep a tongue prepared for this specific situation. Nothing as awkward as dealing with foreign dignitaries when you've run out of yours slots. I am Iskurum, cord puller of the Tulin Empire, master of the path, servant of your lord researcher, and diplomat of peace. He lowers his soft head all the way to the ground. I'm Ron. Greetings. By your, do not worry, Mr. Ron Cleric. I'm not poisonous, nor do I hold any ill will. Beware, he is reading your mind. Apologies, I cannot help it. What? The snail is inside you. That is not the kind of phrasing I'd use, but yes. Snail squints and stares at you both. Hold on, is this some kind of wizard thing? Green one, you do not appear to be as loud on the strings as your iron friend here. The snail leans upon his staff. I cannot help but hear everything you think, cleric. It was cleric, was it not? It is. And greetings, Tulin. Ah, a celestial. Grand. You spirits sure do come in all shapes and sizes. What a fascinating meeting we have here. Now the snail man looks around, leaning on his staff. My mind seems to have slipped a bit. You couldn't care for some exposition? Be careful what you think. He'll hear it. He hears this, right now. What's the last thing you remember? His eyes retract close to the base as he mutters. Oh no. I was on a trail. I was on trial. For what? I doomed us all to the flames of Esuth. It was entirely my fault. What did you do? Made a deal with the Red One. He mutters to himself, trying to remember. It is difficult to read his body language for obvious reasons. However, you get the feeling as he recalls more, he grows more shaken. Esuth, the great dragon of Tulin Am, our band. I was the diplomat who enacted the plan of peace. We invited the dragon for an exchange of knowledge. Truth is, I was greedy. I wanted those strange draconic techniques, the power words. Draconic dragons use magic through speech alone. The spells you cast are derived from those same methods. I was not alone in my hubris, nor did I set this plan in motion myself, but it was me who put it in motion. What happened? You were betrayed? Since this snail reads my mind, why do I even bother making a choice of what to say? He's listening to this right now, isn't he? Blah, 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 blah. Think strange noises. You were betrayed. Please stop. That's fun. You can annoy someone with your mind. Sorry. Go on. The snail looks pointedly around the room. Or at least you think he does. It's more of a gurgling sound. I am personally responsible for the deaths of approximately 50,000 to 100,000 of my kin. The destruction of Tuancatl. Yes, that is what it was. Esuth went back on his word. He used his unorthodox magic to disrupt our many mages. Then he burned the entire city. The towers fell, the screams, the heat. So like the thing that ruined all the basis of Norvik, yes. The goblin stares at the snail man. How did you survive? Oh, the same way the rest did. We were, as they say, lucky. We were not close enough to his anti-magic, and I could resist his stunning shriek. We fled downwards. As Esuth claimed our city as his new throne, we fled even deeper. A few thousand of us, the ones who remain, we hid in. He taps his staff onto the tiles. This place is where we kept our foulest prisoners. It became a base in which we organized resistance. Although some were not so keen to work with me, someone like me, a traitor. How long were you down here? Months. Did not take long for a divide to build. What did you do here? Debate, mostly. One camp were for leaving entirely. Another wanted to turn to Yor for guidance. I ended up wanting to leave with my wonderful Tut. Tut? He shakes his head. Sorry, no, The voice who won in the end. They sought a more permanent solution to the dragon fire through primal pagan magic. I did not believe in it for a second. They imprisoned you for inviting the dragon? That, among other things. I was never the most liked snail on the coast, but they wanted an offering. Someone to pin blame. He grows silent. His eyes shiver. The snail begins to think about the things he does not want to think about. This poor snail. He knows what he must face now. Failure. I believe you've been imprisoned here for a very long time. How long? His eyes retract as if he does not want an answer to his question. When were you imprisoned? I'm assuming an era of dragons occurred after our reign. However, we ruled in the aftermaths of the shutting of the gates. It had been 211 years since then, the year when our city burned. During the Fade era then, not very long after the gates had shut. That is exactly 1,016 years ago. He grips his staff. You can hear it crack. Creak. Millennia? I was in stasis? For millennia? I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, it is. Good gods. His eyes shoot out, aiming around the room. He is alone. His entire folk type has been wiped from the map before humans even held their own kingdoms. I am alone. There's no one, is there? He shakes his staff and his stalk eyes wiggle around the air. A faint glow appears as he mutters a few words to himself. I see snails, yes, but... Scrying. He is seeing hail snails currently. Are the hail snails descendants of your people? No. No. Is this what you made of yourselves? He stops casting the spell, his head falling towards the ground. Gurema, you fool! You led them into this primal state? Degenerative, frozen, monstrous beasts? Hail snails. Realize his terrible fate. He lets out a mad laugh. They wanted to use the primal cold to break the dragon's fire. That bastard. He led them into pure de-evolution. This is It is a nightmare. Oh, by yours grace, tell me, how did you break this stasis I was in? Your angel companion steps in. Her last thought was of you, Iskurum. I think it. You cleric. Imagine it in your head now, please. Think about your talk at the iron door, or I'm not sure this is a good idea. Tut Erma, she was in an iron door? They threw her in an iron door? For millennia? His eyes drooped downward, towards the ground. I cannot believe it. My actions caused... I ruined my people. I brought flames. I divided them. Yet, in the end, I did not even pay for my crimes with my life. Instead, I pay by standing here, alone among the ashes. Eskani. And Tut, she endured the most torturous existence. Known to sentience, her soul slowly withering away inside of that hellish prison, yet after all that, in the end, she... Stay quiet. He lets out a grunt, then a painful howl. Then he roars, a deep bubbling scream causing his glistening flesh to vibrate. When he stops, he takes his staff and slams it into the ground. I reject this string. Yours words do not speak of a humble nature. He broke off this world to make his own path. I will do exactly the same. This snail's going mad. Verily. What are you talking about? He lets out a gust of wind. I can fix this. What? Yeah, what? Fix what? My dear Tut destroyed by an iron prison. That leaves her soul in pieces. Not quite dead, not quite in existence. But I am Cord Pillar Iskurum. I wield strings like Yor himself. From this day on I no longer seek power, nor achieve greatness, nor will I build empires. I will only perform one miracle. I will resurrect her. Then I will pay her back 1,000-fold for her undying love and devotion. Yes. The Celestial clenches her fist. Pay your debt, Tulin, to her. With everything I have. What kind of resurrection? True resurrection. Not easily, especially when the strings are this weak. An ebb, surely. What? Can you tell me more about? Yes, anything you need. I am in your debt as well, of course. He mutters to himself and leans on his staff. I now have a time limit, cleric. In 200 years, the fragments of my wife's soul will leave this plane forever. Thus, I can no longer resurrect her. And it will take time, but it can be done. Anything can be done. He is coping, but not in a terribly destructive way. It is possible, improbable, but possible, even for a snail. Fuck yes! You need anything? Just let me know. Thank you, my green friend. That is very romantic, Iskurum. I wish you luck on your venture. Thank you, Celestial. It's funny, last time I saw one of your kind, it was on a battlefield. I prefer this. As do I. Do you know how to enter the pillar? Oh! You wish to enter a closed gate. That is bold. I need to follow a rogue spellcaster inside. A suspected rogue spellcaster. Should probably not mention the rogue spellcaster, right? Wait, damn it. He's hearing this right now, isn't he? Shit, the snail stares at you. I heard nothing. But if you need to enter a closed gate, that is no small feat, of course. But it's possible? Yeah, very much so. What lies beyond is not so much a mystery, as it is a question of shape, tunnels, paths, cracks in the veil around Yor's realm. To enter is as simple as either having a key, a blessed passing, or forcing your way with a powerful spell. Gate, astral projection, wish, they can all break through. Of course, with the current state of things here in your time, it is clear all such methods would be difficult. Very difficult. You require assistance from creatures who have studied or understand its current shape. So not you. He lowers his head. Tut was a genius on planar travel. She could have helped you. You made him sad again. That's sad. Sorry. He glares at you with one eye as the other falls upon his staff. You've made a great friend in me, cleric. Thus, that will be rewarded. The staff? You hold it, feeling the power surge through the rough wood. I call it Maravesh, Staff of Strings. You may call it Staff of Tulinkatl, as a remembrance of my fallen people. It will be returned to me once you are finished with all of this. The crystal at the top lights up as he speaks. It is now attuned to you. If you wield it while dealing with this gate, it will grant you assistance, information, attunement, so on. My dear wife's research can be found within its core. It will help you, I'm sure. Thank you, and tut. As for who you should speak with, I have no idea. But unless you want to write a contract with some powerful devil or serve a far realm monster, you might not have too many good options. The only creature I knew beyond my people who understand the mechanics of the gate was the Gate Guardian herself, but she was ancient by the time I reached adulthood, so I would not count on her being around still. Gate Guardian? Are you talking about the Sphinx? Excuse me? Ulziz, the Sphinx. She's still around? Yeah, so you know her? The snail leaned back, still reeling over this information. You keep shocking this poor man. He's got an old friend in the city then. Good for him. I'll have to visit, so she is still in the lair. It's a tavern now, called the Drunk Sphinx. This is a strange area you've built for yourselves. I can't say I dislike it. In that case, I highly recommend you go speak with Ulziz. Unless you've made a fool of yourself before her, she might be inclined to help getting you into the gate crack. Flashback to when you spoke with Ulziz last. Oh, I'm sure with Maravesh it will be fine. If not, then maybe there's some other dark and oppressive magical creature you can persuade. Like that aberration called Everglad that lives in these tunnels, I assume? Huh, he looks around. I should probably leave here soon, if things like that have taken hold. If you have questions, about all the stuff you missed? Couple thousand of them, yes. I will also, of course, dive into whatever libraries you have available for information soon enough. You do still have libraries, I hope. We have the Daroian Library, just south of here. I can get you access if I put in an application. Oh, grand, please do. Is that your local government? No. I see. Also, I need to ask, what is this south? South? Yes, south is south. Ah, this must be common knowledge. Please elaborate. It's a direction, downwards on the map. Interesting. Do you not use inward, outwards, with and against? The scholarly version is seaward and inland. Which one's forward in your case? With is when you move along the coast, with the movement of the sun. Against is the sun movements. Ah, we used west for with then, and east for against. I see. Do you know the etymology or etymological origin of these words? I find your use of them quite fascinating, especially the fact that my tongue spell does not localize them. Of course you do. The cardinal directions are based on some early human tongue, way before we arrived in this world. We simply applied our old world's term on yours realm. Realistically, they all have something to do with the sun, just like yours do. Interesting. That you base your directions on a map is very different from our way of navigation. Later, I will very much love to pore over your findings and documents, especially those maps. I've seen books all over the place. You can always just go around and ask to check them out. Interesting. So your people are very open-minded then. I mean, I could see it. The pale man looks like an interesting spellcaster. We will see how they react. Is your people anti-snail? I suppose they haven't been given the chance to be anti-snail. I suppose. I don't think anyone will actively hate the idea of a snail folk. He'll just be an oddity, something for people to gawk at. I suppose. Think about what Norvik looks like these days. He nods and his eyes jut out. Interesting. I am looking forward to navigating your society. I don't know if you should look forward to that, buddy. So what are you going to ask? He lets out a bubbling noise. Timeline. I can see images of your current world in your mind, your city, called Norvik. You live upon the ruins of my people's creations. Very interesting. But I am interested in how you got there. You appear to be human, yes? I remember the dragons of the east bringing your people to the coast as servants, slaves rather. When did you break your chains? It was during the Fade era. Humans broke free alongside many others as the big ones fell. Dugdul and Dim led the charge against the dragons. It was... I see. I am both relieved and extremely happy to hear of their demise. You're welcome. But I must ask, whatever happened to Esuth? His downfall must have been at the hands of some great warrior. Oh, I know that one. It's a children's story. Oh? The little and the large. Think about the tale. A gnome befriended the Mist Titan of Ascani, and together they defeated the great red dragon. Abacus, the half-wit, and Kai-Mor, the greatest of friends. You're kidding. By your, that is very good. Very, very good. An ironic end for such a horrid beast. Defeated by friendship. He lets out a bubbling laugh. May his bones be cursed forever. Humans of old Dimenor broke free and built kingdoms. Hold on, let's see. The snail retracts his eyes and goes quiet for a while as he listens to your thoughts. The Fade era, after the Gate era, lasted about 1,000 years. Ah, you are at the start of a new era then. What do you call it? The post-war era. The Arcane era brought with it a most foul war then. Could only imagine. Myself, I, too, was born in a time after war, the Gate War, but my father saw the end of it in his youth. I will make sure to read about it more, but what caused this great war? Humans. We became great wizards, arcanists, and destroyed each other, as well as almost the entire coast. Numenists, a cabal of hedonistic far realm worshippers, pitted the great arcanists against each other. An imp, he assassinated an Elvis priestess and set the whole thing in motion, or it's complicated. It's complicated. Yes, I can see that. I can similarly not in any way tell you the real reason behind the Gate War. But since it's closer in the timeline, if I may ask, how did your Coast War end? Freestriders, an ideology of meritocratic and democratic heroes, eventually felled the Arcanists. Today they are the most powerful force on the coast. Arcanists destroyed each other and ruined large portions of their band in the process. The Arcanists were simply too powerful. The game was rigged against them, and they lost. Magic stopped being as potent. They tried to keep it secret, but eventually they simply could not support their empires. Or it's complicated. Fascinating. It's understandable that there's no clear answer to such a complex topic. As per usual, the victor will write the notes on history, however, so I will be sure to read with critical stock. Stock? I stock. And your people, then? They fled the Arcanists during the war? I seem to get the impression from the images I keep seeing. What exactly can you see out of my thoughts? Voices, images, nothing too personal so far, thank you. Some esoterically attuned people cannot help themselves. It's honestly quite dangerous at times. My old rival used to run into my laboratory and think very loud and grim things. The most heinous scenarios you can imagine. What an asshole. You're quite the frayed fellow, aren't you? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. You're forked. What would be too personal, like me naked or let your mind drift? Yes, I am. His eye stalks glare at you in silence. Case in point. So you're a wizard. Yes, I am learned Tulin of the Path of Yore. String master, string player, chord puller extraordinaire. Might have missed a few eras, but I assure you we had reality warping powers in our times. By Yore, I sure sound like an old-timer. Because he is. I heard that. Sorry. No worries, it's true. His eye stalks retract. Are all snail folks wizards? Oh no, but many, yes. The Tulans are naturally acclimated to string manipulation. It's a gift we were granted by Yor as we arrived on the Great Whale's back. The mythical first creature Yor invited to join him on his newly created realm. What spell levels can you cast? 9th, by regular limits, I had the ability to wield a 10th level spell at one point, although it was, of course, a weak 10th level spell. Called it Isgurum's Epic Traversal. It basically targeted a road up to 100 miles of it, repairing any cracks, making the journey smooth and wonderful, and generally increasing your movement speed by up to double. Useful, not more than that. Not exactly epic. Useful, yes, as you can imagine. We kept to the more grounded magics for anything above 9th. The actual world-changing spells would simply get you popped out of existence. Popped out of existence? Yeah, I named it Esoteric Events. They apparently began during the Gate War, but grew worse during my lifetime. Irresponsible usage of magic could easily cause them to appear. Some called it wild magic, some called it Yor's Curse. Your name stuck. We still call it that. Oh, do you now? I suppose the tongue spell translated it properly then. Can you teach me your 10th level spell? No. I'm afraid those epic tier spells are not the stuff you can share. At least, I do not know how. What 9th level can you cast? Nothing currently. When I was cast into stasis, Gurrema made sure to place an ebbing seal on me. That is a curse, essentially, making me unable to cast anything above, in this case, 3rd level spells. So currently, I'm not so powerful at all. But do not fret, it will fade in time. Hopefully, as the ley lines grow stronger all around this ebb. That's all I have to ask about wizards for now. You can see that. How wonderful to share. Can you teach me magic? Oh, teaching. That is not my specialty. If you have any questions, I can always share my knowledge, but beyond that, I'm afraid I can only offer you some spell scrolls. What does Ebb mean? His eyes dart around. You want a definition? It's just, I've heard the word a lot, but I don't think I completely understand it. I spoke with a demi-lich who spoke of an esoteric ebb. A demi-lich? Dangerous friends to have, cleric, unless the world has changed by more than I imagined since I left. His eyes jitter a bit. Ebb is defined as an effect of anti-magic. Oh. It is when the flow of magic is ebbed, lowered, ceased. It is a word I do not like for many reasons. For one, it was a tool used by our enemies in the Gate War to sink Yor's realms. They wished to quell his strings. Then, of course, it was the dragon Esuth. His betrayal began by the casting of a horrid and terribly effective spell. Power word Ebb. Draconic power words? Power word Ebb puts clamps on Yor's strings. A large area, I believe up to 1,000 feet, becomes void of higher tier magics, and low tier magic becomes unstable. Yet it is no simple anti-magic field. It's not an area of suppression of magic. It is the literal editing of the strings themselves. It cuts off flow to the strings. Flow from the past and future, a ripple of non-magic through time. I will be honest, I have no clue what the exact parameters of casting such a spell would be, nor what the long-term effects are. But it does sound to me like your era has been affected by some terrible ebbings, for your strings seem to me as if they are indeed clamped and clutched, as if struggling to breathe. So you're saying someone has cast a bunch of ebb spells? Do you think an ebb caused the weakening of the Arcanists at the end of the Coast War? Do you know anything else about these ebbs? Past and future, the strings stretching through time. That is a lot of questions. I say possibly, probably, not really, and yes, through time. This is, of course, only a theory of mine when it comes to esoteric effects, pockets, events, and so on. But what makes an esoteric ebb so powerful is the sheer time frame of it. The consequences can be unfelt for centuries. That is what makes Yor's esoteric magic so powerful and so dangerous. No sane being can calculate beyond the 3rd dimension. Not at least beyond some abstract, impractical sense. We are not made for it. But that doesn't stop me from researching it, or at least until Esuth did. Now he's getting sad again. You know about Yor's strings? He holds out a hand and casts prestidigitation. When Yor crafted the coast, he did not make it from scratch. Dazzling lights spawn out of his palm, forming a collection of gleaming lights. He based his design on others, the landscape, the water, the wind, the biome, as well as the magic. In most other realms, from what our history teaches us, ley lines, as in the thing we channel magic from, is usually formed as a web. A network, a series of nodes connected. This design was fundamental and solid. It connected so many material realms to the outer ones. Hold on 1 second, I need to refill my water bottle. Sorry, this episode has been a lot of reading. This design was fundamental and solid. It connected so many material realms to the outer ones. As in, they were not just one. The solid world of mortals on one side, the worlds with all the angels and demons and non-mortals on the other, magic web, interconnecting them. Most Antesepalians will tell you the same thing. The world of mortals and non-mortals were separated beyond Yor's realm. Right before the gates closed, we were separated. He nods. Yor did something different. He created the strings. Instead of having a series of nodes with connection between them, his lane lines were simply just nodes. They contain a sort of esoteric vector. Intensity, delta, rush, tone, some call it colors, various difficult to parse parameters. Instead of being interconnected, they simply bump into one another, physically. That is how they interact, to put it in a simple metaphor. However, Yor did something ingenious here. He took the design of those interconnected webs and repurposed them, not to connect to one another, but to connect with themselves, over time itself. Connected from the past, through the present to the future, a straight line, a chord, a string. Remember, he is reading your mind. Every option you think of will be presented to him all at once. What difference does it make in comparison to that web design? Why did Yor make the strings in such a way? Do you think the Arcanists grew so powerful due to figuring out Yor's secrets? Is their magical capable of flowing backwards through time? Okay, that's a lot to take in all at once. This mind reading makes conversation highly efficient and boring. Take your questions one by one if that's okay. Starting off, compared to the original web design, which I sadly have not been able to investigate myself, I'm basing all of my findings off data retrieved from my forebears. There seems to be almost no real difference. On the surface level, channeling magic from a practical art works fundamentally the same. Drawing powers from the network, using verbal, somatic, and components to steer this power in a certain direction. However, this change, making the network into strings, changes how that magic flows. Instead of being focused on that one point in time, it is constantly connected to the past and present. Part of that power is leaked in each direction. Now, this does happen in some degree in a normal web-based node system as well. That's how divination magic works, but instead of it happening in a natural way. Just like we remember where we are a second ago, so does magic. Just like we can extrapolate on current information in order to reach conclusions about the future, so does magic. The strings, instead, are directly connected. It would be as if we constantly saw ourselves in the past alongside our present with glimpses of the future. Like a constant, permanent form of divination magic. It's quite difficult to imagine. To answer your second question, I do not know why Yor made the strings this way. There are theories. He could have done it to perform some type of chronomancy. Perhaps it was simply an experiment. My personal belief is simply that Yor found it efficient. By leaking esoteric energies to the past and future, it would make sense that we are able to build a much more potent acceleration in our spells. How this works in practice, none can tell. Not since the gates closed. As to your third question, yes, it sounds as if your Arcanist did uncover many of the same mysteries we worked on. However, it does sound as if Yor abandoned them in a way not too dissimilar to our own. Finally, your fourth question. Chronomancy is a topic many wizards dream of as they study. It must disappoint you. There are no ways beyond divination, those little peeks behind the curtain, to tamper with time. As the strings move forward, Yor watches us go along them. That is one of the messages we received from him all those years ago. He is watching. This is our one chance to make our choices, so make them well. How do I learn higher tier magic? Time and effort, cleric. I remember when we caught a batch of students about to rush out into the wild to burn some fake creatures with fireballs. They said they needed experience. The wisdom of Yor teaches us otherwise. Repeated exercise does build muscle memory, yes. However, true experience is bought from novelty. be interesting. Your future in high-tier magic will be born from that. Thank you. That was very informative. No problem. I'm no lecturer, so apologies if I'm ranting too much. You keep mentioning Yor. What do you know about the guy? About Yor? Oh, just about everything and nothing. An enigma of a wizard Yor is. First, I'd like to ask you, what do you know about Yor? Old wizard made the coast, brought beasts of Yor. Mythical figure died in the Gate War of Yor's. The one who created this place and invited people. A great wizard who defied the gods. Old wizard. Snailman listens to your thought intensely. Then he asks, beasts of Yor? Is that what you call us? It's the term that stuck. The only followers of Yor who survive to this day are usually quite feared, as you can imagine. We also have Antesepalian. That's a better word for it. I see. The recent Arcanists trouble humans caused must have not helped the issue of Yor. That is true. The term Antesepalian appears good. It is draconic, yes, before the closing. Very good. His eyes close up slightly. In the old world, Temen cattle, who worshipped oppressive gods, oppressive in the sense of absolute power. My forebears left willingly at the invitation of Yor, to never again serve, so it's important to remember our love for Yor was not subjugation. It was a partnership, in the purest sense of the word. So to be clear, I'm not a numinist, I have no religion, I do not worship Yor. My people were raised into self-idealization by Yor, given power, esoterical forces. When he fell after the Gate War and no longer was as directly involved, well, we all held some hope he was still alive. Or he was alive, just hiding, or having gone into some other state of being to shut out the gods. Logically speaking, he has to be alive. That is my input on the discussion. Why? Because his realm still stands. I do not believe in an actual existence for his coast. I believe, although my evidence for this is faltering, that the realm would collapse if Yor truly died. This place is held up by him. Thus, its existence is proof of his well-being. Not to mention the handful of messages we received. At least hint at something still existing out there. Unless you believe those messages were false, which they could be. I do not believe so. What do you know about Eomestra? Eomestra? Where did you hear that name? His eyes stretch outward towards you. You startled him by mentioning that name. A talking wall? Think about your amazing wall speechcraft. From an inanimate talking thing, think about general things. Or shrug, then don't think of anything. A talking wall. Chansey? That was the name of it, yes. That is the name of a founding shell, one of the first snails to be invited by Yor. One who created the foundations of Tulencantle. Chansey the Seer. Huh. Think, but it was in the wall? Yes. It could be an apparition, an animating spirit in the shape of Chansey's mind, or the very structure of the city you have built your home on is filled with the spirits of my ancestors. How peculiar. His eyes slowly retract. I suppose I should tell you a story about Yor then. Just listen. He slides around the floor as he speaks. What we know of Yor, some is derived from early witnesses. Most, however, is recalled directly from his secret, original apprentices. Yor's apprentices hid in the shadows as to not become targets during the invasions. So I imagine it comes as quite a shock to you that, oh no, we know about those. What? They're not secret, not anymore. Huh, but there are 8 of them. Did you know that? Think about what you know about the apprentices. Right. Why did you ask then? Eomestra, she is one of the apprentices. Interesting. No, we don't know their names, or at least I don't. Just that there were 8 of them. Oh, in that case, let me tell you. Eomestra was the apprentice of Goodland. She was the first cord puller of Tulencantle, speaker of Yor. Goodland. Goodland. Oh right, the translation must be confusing. That is the native term we use for this here slice or band. That is what you call it. You call it Ascani. You knew this apprentice. She was my friend. Eom would travel from tower to tower whenever she visited this city. She was old, frail by the time I was born, yet she traveled like no other. I was taught prestidigitation by her. her own personalized version. No doubt you would ask me to teach you, but that would be impossible. Only she could be a good enough teacher to spread such a complicated cantrip. Fascinating. Prestidigitation, taught directly from Yor himself. One day you will master it, surely. You must. He lets out a pained groan. Her disappearance was the first great omen of our people. My wife Tut was even closer to her. We missed her dearly. So you spoke with someone who spoke directly to Yor? What was she like? Did you speak with any other apprentices? Why would he send an apprentice? Why not talk to you himself? Yes, many times. She could never tell us much about her master, of course. However, it was clear he, too, was an interesting figure. A personality, if you will, just like all the tales painted. What was she like? Kind, he nods. They used to call her the neutral good apprentice. I tended to agree. Did you speak with any other apprentices? I'm afraid not. Or perhaps lucky, not all of them were so friendly to the local populace, though most of them were simply destroyed during the Gate War. Why would he send an apprentice? Why not talk to you himself? That is a good question. We never had an answer. Why'd she disappear? That is a very good question. One day she was there, the other she was not. I was the last of our kind to meet with her. I found her acting peculiar, stressed. She asked me, "Isk, how much would you wager on a shell flip?" and waited for my answer. I told her I'd wager nothing important on such bad odds. A shell flip? It's when you toss a flat shell into the air to see which side it lands on. A 50-50. Fair game. He shakes his head. Yamesta, she accepted my answer and then left. I am still not sure how to interpret such a strange question. But that was it. She was gone. The Gator of Askan, our connection to Yor, gone. Soon after, just a few years after, Asuth burned it all down. Jeez. Snailman lets out a blubbering sigh. Since I've been given a second chance, perhaps we'll find out one day. What do we do now? I will build a base, a laboratory, somewhere in this city of yours, built upon our ruins. Any tips on who I should talk to? There's a ton, really. Oh yes, I see. Yes, this will help a lot. Thank you, Cleric. Once I've established a foothold in this new era, I shall return to my research, figure out how the strings have changed over the millennia, relearn my mastery of chords, collect the resources needed. Then, of course, he looks upward. I will bind her fragments to this material world. I will return her to flesh, bring life into her once again. My dear, sweet Tutarma will be given her life once more. Then, if she will have me, I will build a life for us here, a life of peace, true, fair peace. Wish me luck. Good luck. He nods. What are you voting for? What are you voting in the election? The what? We have our first ever election soon. You should vote. Voting? Hold on. Do you select your leaders through election? We're starting to do it now, yeah. Fascinating. Is this an elective system for landowners or mages, or everyone gets to vote? Pretty much, at least. You just need to live here. Huh. You shocked him. Did not expect something like that. Such a liberal paradise. Well, I'm not one to judge these futuristic ideas. I must investigate. Tell me more. Who do you vote for? Kings? Governments? Parties with different ideologies on how to run the city of Norvik. Parties. How glib. Very glib. What does that mean? There's the nationalists. They want to rule the city in the memory and spirit of the old god king Earth. There's the free striders. They want to bring free trade, democracy, and prosperity to all. The Asgals are the future of this city. They are the party of egalitarianism, workers' rights, and unity. The party of magic is the best, of course, at least once I run it, a supreme god king wizard leader. I will bring the greatness of the Arcanists to Askan. Personally, I don't vote for any party. I'm apolitical, which means I win. There's the Asgals. That is amazing. That's a blubbering noise. Laughter. Listening to all that, I would say, I would actually vote for the Arcanists. Seems like they would be the most esoterically attuned party, which fits my ideals. However, in my experience, a group of wizards working together tends to end up being quite a mess, but my heart still leans in that direction. I'll have to go see for myself once it is time for that election. He lets out more blubbering noises. The snail's laughing at democracy. Rude. He has a fair reason to laugh at it. It will most likely be a messy process. At the very least, the snail has good taste. His eyes behold you knowingly. Do you have any spell scrolls I can have? Oh, only a dozen or so. They're deep in my shell. Any you're interested in? I can dig in and get one for you. He tracks one of his arms into his shell. Ew. What about a scroll of astral projection? You have peculiar tastes. That is not a spell you are even able to cast. Not. Without great unreliability. So is that a no? Of course not. Enjoy. He hands you the tingling paper with a casual nod and the intense power rushing through your arm as you grab it. It will tear a hole into you. Grasp it with your life. Considering the state of the world, it would not have the intended effect, even if you did know how to cast it, so it's useless to me anyhow. But I suggest studying it. Anything else? The snailman stares at you for a few seconds. No, you seem to have thought of all I am able to hand you, except... Isk shrugs, while slowly retracting his entire head, slowly. Swatch. Soon the snail is no more, and you find you are standing in front of a shell. That's convenient. Then slowly as he retracted, he begins to leave the shell. I went over the esoteric attunements from your mind, cleric. It appears the only spell scroll you do not actively think about here, that you also do not already have memorized, would be this. He hands you a spell scroll. By your and his disciples, what are you holding in your hand? Wish? I'm sorry, what? Iskorum. That is a very dangerous item. That's not like the wish, is it? That is wish. However, you cannot memorize it at your current level of attunement. Attempting to cast it would also take, even at your level of talent, weeks, maybe months. Even if I did cast it, try to read the scroll's strange glyphs and fail. And even if I did cast it, Wish is one of the few non-epic tier spells that can wildly shape reality. It is arguably the most powerful and versatile of all 9th level spells. It is so powerful, in fact, that it can easily cripple anyone who does manage to cast it. The only truly safe usage of Wish is to use its power to ask for the casting of another spell, 8th level or lower. You could also ask for a weaker effect, which have been proven to be safe at times, but if you word your wish poorly, and the effect is broader than you intended, then you are, as they say, screwed. That is horrifying. The snailman lets out a blubbering sigh. I received that spell from a djinn I fought alongside during the war. It was a reminder to stay humble, for those who use it for personal gain, use it as a shortcut to greatness, always end up in ashes. I did not always listen to such ideals, but when it comes to that spell, I have respect for it. One of my teachers, the great Brit Eos, used its power to shatter the hearts and souls of 100 ice devils. In the process, her entire being turned into a permanent esoteric pocket. I am giving this spell scroll not to use, cleric, but as a reminder of your mortality. I thank you for this, Isk. He makes a peculiar mouth movement. A grin. I like your fire. It burns bright. Anything else? Good. Snailman nods. That's all I have to ask about wizards for now. Interesting that it goes there. I'll see you around, Isk. Intelligence behold. Okay, first off, I want to look at the Afridi bottle. The previously smelly but empty bottle now houses the Afridi you found in the old prison. The powerful elemental spirit heats up the bottle. It's comfortable to hold. In 10 years, the bottle will be openable. You probably have a deep urge to hide it in a nice, trap-guarded trove before then. An ancient spell scroll of astral projection. Just holding it makes you feel like you have the power to rip a hole in reality. You obviously can't use it, though. Not without ripping another hole in yourself in the process. An ancient spell scroll from a different time. You cannot read the contents, at all. The snail glyphs running along the edges cause your entire body to tingle as you touch them. However, this is the power of a wish spell. A power so strong even the paper itself becomes esoteric. Just keeping it near causes your nerves to tingle. Fuck. Piece of bracken born through centuries of gate war fighting. This indestructible item has seen the early days of this world, and has now been brought to this modern alien era. Grasping it gives you chills. Alright, it's an intelligence behold, I'm dummy. Nice. Snailfolk, level 16 wizard, chaotic good, strength 14, dex 5, makes sense, he's a snail, constitution 18, intelligence 19, wisdom 14, charisma 9. This is an ancient snail from another time, an interesting fellow, an incredible knowledge, but held within a culture of the beasts of yore. Complete barbarians. Shut the fuck up, intelligence. Fascinating. You must, in any case, study this creature. The esoteric mastery at play here is beyond anything you have ever encountered. Keep in contact with this snail. It will be of great service in the future. His goal will be completed in time. However, before then you are certain he will break many taboos of the era. This is the type of man not too unlike the more sophisticated arcanists, who will break reality and rewrite yours rules, all in an attempt to get the final say. Makes sense. So many villains in, like, media are like the crazed kind that try to bring their wife or lost children or something back from the dead. I don't think I completed what I needed to do for the Sphinx's riddle, though, which is annoying because I have honestly truly no idea what to do for that. The Pillar of Your towers before you. Travel to Pillar Crossing. The Sphinx takes a sip from her barrel of wine. I need help entering the Pillar of Your. Now that was not a request I expected today. Tea shop. Sphinx ponders your request. This is no small request. Complete the riddle first, the difficult one. Can you tell me the riddle again? She chuckles. Many times as you want. Found within the arcane flare, twin tongues of flame that scorch the air. Burrowed deep within the earth, a primal string to show your worth. Vulcan gods in thronging herds. A man divine alone howls his words. Be going now. I don't know what to do with that. Staring at the chosen monument, you focus your mind and tranquility. Contemplate women. They exist, they prosper. You will not have one, for they are not yours to have. Though there might be some who fancy you, if you show yourself to be a good man, or bad, if you want the baddies. Contemplate the Sphinx's riddle. An ancient creature who guards a door to nothing. She does this for fun. You are not the first to complete it. If you do, it will unveil something great. But the answer is not in dialogue. You will have to cast magic to show your prowess. I'm done. What magic? I needed to hear it again. I'm gonna write it down this time. Sphinx riddle. Anything I can talk to you about? Report some things. That's all. That's all. Hint? A hint? So I'm supposed to do something, not just answer with a regular old word. No. Damn it, that was a hint. Roll, you get one hint. Trial and error. Not the most silly tactic I've seen over the years. Can you tell me the riddle again? As many times as you want. Found within the arcane flare. Twin tongues of flame that scorch the air. Burrowed deep within the earth. A primal string to show your worth. Folk and gods in thronging herds. A man divine. Fine. Alone howls his words. Found within the arcane flare. That's one of the main things that confuses me. Within the arcane flare. Twin tongues of flame that scorch the air. Burrowed deep within the earth, a primal string to show your worth. Folk and gods, thronging herds. A man divine, alone, howls his words. I'm gonna ask. Cleric, I've been assigned. Yeah. Fine. Stand alone. Yes. Okay. Burrowed deep within the earth, a primal string to show your worth. Folk and gods and thronging herds, a man divine alone howls his words. Alright. Well, let's see. Travel to the undercoast path. Is Etir with me, or is it just me? Etir, I need you to leave. Primal string to show your worth. I really want to solve this. I have no idea how to. Let's get Snell back then, because I don't think it's anything to do with that. I'm curious. Hello, just checking in. How are you doing? Hello. I'm doing fine. Thank you for pebble calling me. However, honestly, there's no need to do so. I'm very, very aware of your every step. The message ends. Faintly horrifying. The pipes. It hears all. Exactly 30 words. Put the pebble in your pouch. Okay, it's here. Chill out. Oh god, I've talked to every NPC. No idea what to do or where to go for that spell. It probably isn't a primal string to show your worth. Found within the arcane flare. Bruh, I don't know what that means. Standing here at the pillar, you realize your goal is close. The quest is near finished, but you do not have the method to enter this pillar, this esoteric relic, not yet. Veskin mentioned that I should find a scroll of astral projection. That is very correct. It's time for you to find one. It should not be too difficult. Perhaps the wizard snailed down in the old prison can help. Right, I'll have to look around, ask around, and so on. I really don't want to do this before Solving the snail's riddle. I guess we'll go talk to Viskin, though. Found within the arcane flare, twin tongues of flame that scorch the air. Rode deep within the earth, a primal string to show your worth. Man divine alone held his words. Grabs the scroll with deliberate movements and reverence. Wonderful, you are full of supplies as cleric. Pale man opens it, taking a few glances over the ancient text. A scroll of tool and cattle, this will do fine. Puts it away and gives you a slight smile. There is an illusory wall in here, over by my book collection, he says and gestures towards the shelves on the western wall. Of course, you already know that, but I hope its contents will prove useful, and will continue to prove useful. Oh, thanks. Welcome. When you are ready, call for me at the pillar. I will cast it on you and any party members you wish to bring into the darkness. Snod. I'm not giving him the scroll of wish. Illusionary wall. Dream patch. Revivify. Whoa. Now I have to go everywhere and see if detect secrets is gonna work. Take root. Could have imagined such a thing. The beatings of life upon the shores, each wave another painful twinge. And heart laid square, blood in veins, fear in glands, peace upon the earth. The smoking man in the pillar. I have the key, now I'm ready to dive in. Diving is down, this is up. Secrets laid bare. Soon-ish. Which method? I'll use Viskin's spell, of course. Smellman, his pale face twisted into nothing. Hollow soul. Breathless bearing. A creature of pure evil with nothing but intrigue as a guide. The path forward lay clear nonetheless, as your journey comes to a close. But, who is the man? The smoking man. It's me. It's Snell, it's Pinja, it's Viskin, it's Ost, it's Raz, it's a doppelganger disguised as Viskin, it's the Duck, it's Kraid, it's Axel, it's Alphaz, it's Arn, he always looks suspicious, it's Avicnus, the weird dock worker guy, it's Bondival, it's Braxo, it's Burr, it's Lady Chamar, it's Drummer, Everglad, it's Freydis, she did not kill me, she did try to kill me a couple times, it's Lord Gorm, missing paladin. It's Gorgalash, that bastard. It's Iskurum. The snail must have done it. It's Kalervo. It's Lisa. It's Meek. It's Prince Meridoc. It's Lady Sageleaf. That'd be a twist, wouldn't it? It's Asgal himself, risen from the grave. It's Moongar. It's Nesson. It's Olziz. That Sphinx must have had too much to drink one day. So Yugi, the traveling merchant. It was Pinja. No, wait. Shit, I already thought of that. It's the potion seller. It's Rick Spider. It's Rolo. It's a seagull. That monster, it's Sir Trapon, the local cat. It's smarter. He's just that type to get into trouble. It's Snur, it's the last sauce. It has to be Vera. I know there's something off about that orc. Raz. God is telling you no. That is untrue. Not the case. False. Darn, only get one guess? You think as much as you will. However, if you wish to know the truth, do it. Go into the pillar. Seek truth and justice. It shall calm your rumbling stomach once and for the end of time. In that you shall find the dark belly of the soul, that which hides within and spews without. As will you, the heart, that being thing which dreams of a world without strife, one of love and community, of friends, one dear friend, dear, oh dear, hereat mit. It is very close now. It almost makes you think of what you will find in a different light, a question of broader implications. In effect, why did this happen? What is this burning stake of a quest drawn into your flesh? What is it actually about? Is it so simple of a question? That thought causes your muscles to tense up and cramp. The question you've been asking yourself since you were 5 years old: what is a good man? Does it seem they are all dead and buried long before your time? Tell me more about dark belly of the soul, facing the end to see the light, resistance to all damage when below 50% HP. Tell me about Heret Mit. Hold everyone and everything in your heart. If there's no space, fix it or die. Every level of exhaustion grants +1 to each d20 roll instead of -1. Tell me more about a good man. It drives you, it fuels you. The dream of becoming exactly what you were meant to be. Whenever you survive a death saving throw, you get back up with 1d20 HP. Keep fighting. Beckon the storm. Carpe tenebras. Heret Mit. Seems interesting. Dark belly of the soul seems interesting. Love. There's love for all in your chest. Feel like the end is near. I don't know what to do with the Sphinx. Detect secrets. What? Oh, something's underneath this rock. Bone dust. Nice. How do you found it? Relax. I'm running out of incense. Should have done this before. There's some coins under this brick. Who would put coins under a brick? 90 crowns. Ugh. Oh, I'm not gonna take his shit. Like, I'm sure there's no repercussions for it, but still. No secrets here. Wee. Oh. Hey, this rock is kind of loose. Originy river droplets. Run out of incense. Really want to figure out this Sphinx riddle. I may complete the game and then go back and see if I can find any sort of hint or anything. Curious if there's any secrets in the tea shop. There is. You run your fingers along the surface of the wall. A crack? No, a gap. It follows the tiles. One of the tiles feels almost loose. Push the tile. Goes in just a bit, then you hear a click. Whoa! Oh shit, I should have discovered this long ago. It was indeed a secret passage. Now we're talking. Get ready, this could lead to a dungeon. Let's check it out. Dark tunnel, ominous. Secret tunnel, Upper Tolstad. What the hell? It doesn't love a good lever. It's just barely out of reach. Approach your companion. Would you look at this? A secret tunnel. Yeah, this is a shock. There are a ton of tunnels under the city. Right, sure. But right underneath the Temple of Earth, like this? Old lady won't like this, not one bit. Let's not focus on that now. More importantly, let's focus on how this impacts the explosion. Time to keep looking around. Triple D, the man, the myth, the lad who is mad. Gain 2 second level spell slots. Nice. That son of a bitch. He's got a whole horde back here. Box of expired potions. Ton of potions. Yank. Just barely too far away to reach. Vizca Ginger. Grants a minor constitution increase. Potions. Silver bags, one of them looks interesting. Bag of holding. This is clearly a bag of holding. You've seen these around. They're extremely valuable these days. Be careful, you don't know what's inside. +1 constitution, +1 wisdom, -1 intelligence. I'll have to examine. One thing is in the crate. In this crate, who would have thought? Oh! Bassinet. +1 dexterity, +1 intelligence, -2 constitution. The helm of a free-strider mercenary, an effective design due to its rounded shape, which deflects blows, and its extended protection for the face and neck. Very expensive, makes you look like a clerical nobleman, but heavy. It'll be draining to wear this. Peeking inside, this lockbox reveals, oh, holy shit. Gauntlets of Ogre Power. Pair of leather-bound steel gauntlets. The material is rough and causes your hands to twitch as you touch it. The ominous skulls clearly indicate an evilish origin. On the inside there's an inscribed message, Viz Imperium Regni Phylum. Ladder down, goes all the way down to Pillar Crossing. A button. Behind the bars you see a very, very fancy warhammer. Cool, looks dwarven. Yes, very dwarven. Their craftsmanship is amazing. You also see a bag of griffin fodder goodies, quite the expensive treat. Niche, too. Grab a handful of griffin fodder goodies. Reaching in between the bars, you easily scoop up a handful of the sticky little nuggets and toss them into your pouch of holding. This isn't even an item, it's just mush. You're pushing mush into the pouch. This does not count as loot in any shape, way, or form. You refuse to consider this loot in any way. This mush is not loot. You will not be able to find it in your inventory. It is anti-loot. But everything else I get counts as loot. This does not. Now stop thinking about the mush. Adamantium warhammer. An amazing piece of dwarven craftsmanship made in an extremely expensive and terrifyingly tough metal. This warhammer feels light as a feather in your hands. That might be a problem, actually. Hitting anything with this just causes the hammer to bounce back. Why would anyone make a hammer out of this metal? Doesn't love a good lever. Lever on the wall of this dark chamber. Sure, pulling random levers has never ended poorly. It's probably connected with opening an entrance. The goblin lets it a single sound, then he just takes a step back. Oh! Meek knows this! Pull lever will open secret door! That how old master always put it. Lever equals secret door. Levers can be used for other stuff, you know. They can? Yeah, your goblin companion also gets sucked into the thought, clearly struggling to come up with a single thing that would need the use of a large wooden lever of this kind. Like what, master? A drawbridge. A drawbridge. Oh yeah. Yeah, a drawbridge. A drawbridge? Yeah. Oh. Master is so smart. I'm only as smart as the people in my party. Humble, master. Very humble. Meek learn much. Very good. Very good. Drawbridge. Why would a drawbridge use a lever? Shh. Same. Oh. Maybe master will come up with answer later. Meek look forward to it. You won't. You don't want to pull the lever with me, Snell? No, thank you. I'm going to assume it won't spring a trap or flood this strange chamber. The lever appears stuck. Ah, yes. It is connected with the passage to the tea shop, which you've already opened. Great. Got it. Check inside the crate. Potions, several layers of them, wrapped in reeds and newspapers. Someone has written with big letters on the inside of the crate. Spoiled potions. Badge. Do not drink. Who brewed these? Labels all say hexbrew. Ah, the work of Joanna. If you got into the potion business, you could probably make a killing. They all spoiled? It appears so. They must have been removed from another shipment. When checking potions, one would make use of a detect potion purity spell. These potions must have been detected as ineffective and placed here for later disposal. Nothing interesting about it, except the tiny carved marking of a bird on the bottom right corner. Check the watery one, with a bunch of eternally fizzing red flakes floating around in it. These fucking things, popular with the upper class. Really bad for you, though. Really? How come? Are they cursed? No, it's not like they don't work. They work fine. It shows you the label. It says potion of low body fat. It's what's it called? A transmutation? People use them to stay fit and healthy. But unlike a customized polymorph potion, these just shift around your nutritional intake. It ends up killing you slowly if you drink too many. That's why they're not legal to import or sell here. Oh. I might have read an article about it at some point. But whatever. Let these rich folk do whatever they want to themselves, right? Except what happens is that this shit quickly gets passed along to the lower class. And what happens is that he stops himself and groans. Whatever. What else is in this box? He started showing just how much he cares for the people in this city. Then he pulled back. The poor folk have a responsibility to take care of themselves as well. Why shouldn't they have the right to ruin their own bodies if that's what they want? Do not drink it. You stare at the potion box. Check the one that glows faintly yellow at the bottom half and faint purple at the top half. The bottle is long and slender, and it weighs quite a bit in your hands. The label says potion of masculinity, femininity. Ah, a gender swapper. Those sure are popular these days. Also known as the mirror gender potion. Polymorphs the user into a creature on the opposite position on your masculinity-femininity spectrum, using the user's base folk type and phenotype as a basis. You've heard of these. They're not interesting to you. If this was actually functional, you could have sold it for a couple $100 crowns. Expensive stuff. Do I want to drink this? You have thought what it would be like to be a woman, though it is not something you have ever actively sought out. It might help you understand them better, to sympathize instead of empathize with the plight of womanhood. You are confident in your bodily structure. While you have always been intrigued by woman herself, you do not wish to partake in their struggle. You are a man, you will die man. Drink it, or really, really do not. Who would want to drink this? Oh, lots of people. It's all the rage, you know. For some, it's just a thrill. Since it's a stable, permanent, and painless switch, it's gotten mass-produced after the war. Still pretty expensive, though. So it just switches all the stuff? Yeah, from what I've heard at least. Don't partake myself. They talked about banning it a while back, but they ended up just making it a requirement to register the switch if it goes beyond a few days. Too many people were using it as a quick and easy way to avoid jail time. With regular polymorphers, you've at least got the cost barrier. I want to drink it so bad. Really, really do not, though. Snow watches as you place the bottle back in the box. The other potions gleam at you. Check the clear liquid bottle with a tiny label and several clear white eyeballs inside. You lift it up and hold it in your left hand. The empty bottle is light and the cork is in your right. Okay, cleric? No, this is wrong. What? Look at the empty bottle in your hand. The bottle is fully emptied. The label says potion of amnesia. We don't have to start over, do we? Please don't say we do. That would be the worst. You drank it, but the weak, spoiled potion only took a few seconds of your memory. Ah, I see. So you're okay? I lost a few seconds there, but I'm fine otherwise. Right, spoiled potion, weak effect. Let's just not drink random potions from now on, okay? Check the date on the newspapers. It says Cronus 26 PE on most of them. Last year. Some of these are from your birthday last year. Oh, I want to. Okay, then. We'll come back to that after I save. I love the music here. Looking inside the crate, you find a notepad. A notepad with several pages of scribed notes. The handwriting is awful. Is it truly okay to read someone's personal thoughts like this? What if it's a diary or a message left for a family member? Not meant for the eyes of prying clerics. No, okay, scratch that. It says ledger for smuggled goods on the front. Bit on the nose, mayhaps. Oh, smuggling? Awesome. Check this shit out right now. So this notepad is filled with proof of both evil action and intent. Great. It's time to break this smuggler lawfully. Look at the list labeled Export-Import. Many terms you have never heard before. And some you have, mostly importing. Pocket bikes, a large quantity, marked as not arrived yet, and then terrible state. A number of rare potions with various draconic names. Some you understand, but many are simply draconic terms from Divine-era alchemists. Then you spot a final mention of something called Quillwell cartridges, though it appears to not have left the warehouse. Hey, that's the one Medusa was looking for. The Asgard's vendor is clearly this tea shop owner. Check out the smuggling guide page. On one of the early pages, you find a section labeled Smuggling Guide. He wrote a guide on his own illegal activity as a reminder how to do it. That can't actually be. His voice trails off. Some people, man. Step 1. Use your connections. The Redian merchants are always good for coin. They pay hefty for simple storage. Step 2. Storage. Move things from warehouse to secret tunnel. Use Freestrider help. Lift up from pillar crossing. They write off missing goods as lost at sea. Step 3. Keep secret. Mix crowns with tea shop income. Fudge receipts. Avoid Sage Leaf's handlers. Step 4. No distribution. Return to warehouse night before ship leaves. Do not sell goods yourself. Stay clean. Of course the freestriders are involved in this. They probably set it up to begin with. Those crafty bastards, they've really got their fingers in everything. You should really consider becoming a full-time freestrider agent. They probably pay a hell of a lot better. Over your shoulder, Snell is too reading this elaborate display of criminal incompetence. He looks less angry and more disappointed. Suppose it's a blessing when the crooks of society also implicate themselves through sheer idiocy. Look at the latest entry. Last few pages, there's a ton of reminder notices written in sloppy handwriting. It goes on about missing payments, lost suppliers, and various angry comments about tea shop customers. Probably written to himself. He's clearly not someone who remembers without the help of writing. Then you get to the final notice. It's marked with the date, March 21st. That's the day of the explosion. Cost hag potions not yet arrived. Days late. Don't want diluted piss again. Elf will arrive from temple. Then I leave. Don't like tea shop being used for meetings. If they break anything, they pay. Elf. Huh. Meeting in the tea shop. An elf. The smuggler left after letting the elf in through the secret tunnel. Interesting. Let me write this down. Take the notepad. As you start to remove it from the crate, it suddenly evaporates. It suddenly starts to evaporate in front of you. What? Turning to magical dust in your hands, slowly. A curse. What's happening? Esoteric effect. Could be a precaution. Put it back. Stops evaporating. Take it out again. Begins slowly turning to dust once more. Put it back. It stops. I see. This notepad, it has a defense mechanism, an esoteric abjuration. If you bring the notepad away from this crate, it breaks. Somebody does not want it to be used as evidence in a court battle. You'll have to leave it here for now. Send someone to take a look here later, don't worry. And I'll make sure that they should not move this thing, just in case. Alright, I'm done here. It says, Joanna, CEO. Mayor Quam Ulus Rex. The Drake Slayer, such an artwork. Alright. I must see what the gender change transgender potion does. Drink it. Pop the screw on lid off and chug it in a single sweep. Gods be good. A couple of full liquid goes down smooth. Tastes like sand and vinegar. You do not hate it. The goblin glares at you. Like, I'm hoping for your sake it's actually spoiled, because I don't know the legal ramifications of city clerics turning female. He scratches his chin. They didn't change that, did they? It's still male only. For Earthguard, yes. The goblin looks you up and down. After a few seconds, you hear a sound. Your stomach, it squirms. Beyond that, nothing changes. Yeah, it was spoiled. Snell raises his eyebrows at you. Say that again. It was spoiled, Snell. Nothing happened. Wow. Your voice is a tad bit higher. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Well, I don't hear it. Or maybe it is. Most people probably won't notice. And it might wear off in time. I've heard that spoiled potions can give some weird temporary effects, like rolling the dice. You should put me in touch with my feminine side. Sure, Mr. Pipsqueak. Anyhow, stop mentioning it. This is a disgrace. This isn't so bad. Okay, then. Button on the wall of this dark chamber. Sure, pressing random buttons has never ended poorly. It's probably connected with these strange stairs leading up to nothing. The goblin lets out a single sound, then he just takes a step back. Oh! Meek knows this! Meek knows this! Push button will open secret door! That's how old master put it. Button equals secret door. Buttons can be used for other stuff too, you know. They can? Yeah, like, yes? Like, your goblin companion also gets sucked into the thought, clearly struggling to come up with a single thing that would need the use of an ominous button of this kind. Like what, master? An elevator. Oh yeah, one of those. Elevator? Yeah, it's like goes up and down, you press a button to make it move. Oh! Master is so smart. Thank you, I am. Careful with that ego. You might not fit in that helm of yours otherwise. Meek learned much. Very good. Very good. Elevator. Same. Oh, maybe Master will come up with answer later. Meek look forward to it. You won't. You don't want to press the buttons now? No, thank you. And assume it won't spring a trap or flood this strange chamber. Okay, then. We'll come back to that after we want to see where this leads. Aha. Pillar crossing. Alright, then now we press it. Ah, shit. I didn't mean to do this. Press button. You do so, putting a fair bit of force on it. As you do, a groaning sound fills the chamber. A passage opens at the end of the stairs. Logically, this would lead to the Temple of Earth. Great. This tile is loose. Whoa, spent ring of spell storing. He is watching over you. A compact ring tingles with esoteric might. It is ancient, made entirely out of brass, and inside the top shell you can feel, there is a tiny scroll. However, the scroll has been long since spent on some divine spell. How do you know that? Again, you can feel it. Its original use is long lost, but keeping it around seems good. Perhaps its previous owner was a good man, if he left it behind in the Temple of Earth. +1 strength, +1 wisdom, and he's watching over you. Right, we need to examine that bag of holding. Oh, we never beheld him. Damn it. Undead, level 15 Demi-Lich. 1 strength, 20 dex, 10 constitution, 20 intelligence, 17 wisdom, 20 charisma. Demi-Lich. Insane Demi-Lich. His mind having shattered many decades ago. However, his behavior, along with the simple fact that he exists down here in a relatively stable condition, suggest his madness has either not entirely set in, or that he is being shepherded, perhaps by the pale man upstairs. Understand how to please him. His ego is almost as big as his physical body is tiny, and he craves the feeling of superiority. In effect, he's a fairly good teacher, if you can stand the belittlement. The skull floats in front of you with a permanent smirk and wide jewel's eyes. Cleric! So loud. Yeah, that. Could you help me enter the Pillar of Yore? Nah. Interplanar travel is overrated. Go ask Biskin. That bastard keeps poking at Yore's relics. He's into that shit. Goodbye now, Bondaval. Alright, I need to switch my shit back. Hold on a sec. Sorry about the Windows noise. Actually, I do wanna prepare spells. Charm person, complang, cure wounds, detect secrets, grease, afflict wounds, speak, bark skin, knock, brave healing, protection, aura, crusader's mantle, revivify, speak with plants, finish. I guess, can we cast speak with dead on this? Wait, I can't cast speak with dead here, right? Since this guy won't get my language, right? Correct. Hey, Snell. Yes. Can you talk to this skull for me if I cast a spell for it? Can't use magic for that? Nope. Okay, well, if you think it's helpful, go ahead. Maybe later. Finish casting the spell and the skull begins to make a clacking sound. Jaw opening and closing with a jitter. It is ready. Okay, so you tell me what you want me to ask. You hear him whisper to himself. You can do this. Ask him about his job. Okay. ¿Te gusta trabajar? The skull almost streaks. Mi devoción a mi Dios y a mi deber es mi único interés. Los gustos terrenales son pasajeros. He likes his job. It's a great devotion to his God. Earthly enjoyments are fleeting. 4 questions remaining. Ask who killed him. ¿Dónde está la muerto? Ellos están en todas partes. Nuestros hijos, nuestros seguidores. Debemos luchar para vengarlos en nombre de Ojo Rojo. Oh God, that's a lot. He says his people need to be avenged for the Red Eye. How cryptic. That's 2. 3 more questions. Ask about his name. ¿Tu nombre? Mi nombre es el Vengador Rojo. Pero antes de ser eso, yo era Liethion Baluba. His name is the Avenging Red and also Liesi Balba? Very strange. This is a weird guy. 3 asks, 2 more. Ask him about the meaning of life. He grimaces as he attempts to speak. ¿Qué significa la existencia perpetua? Cada cosa tiene un significado profundo revelado solo través de la devoción y el sacrificio. Meaning is sacrifice, devotion. Feels like this guy's a zealot. What's his favorite color? ¿Cuál es tu color favorito? Rojo. Red. The corpse's mouth stiffens once more, and the mimicking of life ends. That's 5. Alright, cool. We didn't learn much, but it was fun! Sure. Prepare spells. An illusionary tile. Potion of healing, dream patch of your. Brooks, wait where you left him. What do you mean by big hurt, Meek? Old Master has ward on all. Spell cast delayed spell. Hurt big if not careful. Then just leave them alone. The knowledge will be worth it, surely. Books are not worth the headache. Something is strange about this maw. You approach the giant cat-like head, realizing the stone by its maw is shimmering. Esoteric energy radiates from within. The surface pulses with ancient magic. Place your gloved hand on the surface. As your palm touches the cold stone, it warms beneath your touch. A voice echoes through your mind, speaking in an ancient tongue. A quien serves tu? Who do you serve? Cat speech, the language of the white man tribe. Who do you serve? That's pretty much what it said. Also, I'm getting really tired of these spooky cat runes by now. Just thought I'd let you know. It's asking who I serve, huh? Yeah. And who do you serve? The people of Norvik. Fair enough. I don't think that's the answer it's looking for. Crin Blanca. The stone shifts. Grinding sound as ancient mechanisms activate. The maw opens slowly, revealing a cavity within. Something glints in the darkness. Whoa! Fingers close around cold metal. Pull out an ancient amulet made of pure gold. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Holy shit! You could fetch a pile of crowns for this bad boy. Great job. This is incredible. Yeah, wow, that is a really nice piece of loot. Good job. Now can we leave this creepy place? Stone maw grinds shut once more. Neat. So many items. Strength and charisma. Sorry. All for now. You can see the whole survey from here. Whoa. There's a magic item hidden in the dirt. Very cool. Stand before the glowing earth. You can see it, a wide object hidden a few feet below the surface. Oh yeah, time to dig. Treasure hidden in the dirt. This is the kind of thing kids dream about. Yes, kids, not adults, however. This magic item appears to be quite powerful. You should invest the time needed to dig it out. Right beneath the pretty flower garden. See something, cleric? You estimate the object to be about 3 feet down. It will take an hour to dig it out. If you believe yourself to have the time, go ahead. Look across the flowers. Collection of colorful flowers fill the courtyard. Health and beauty. Magical artifact under here. Get to digging. Take you approximately 60 minutes to finish this, considering the depth at play here. It could indeed be worth the time investment. I want to dig here, Snell. Something in your body language made that pretty obvious, cleric. You look like a kid in a sandbox. He shrugs. I want to stop you. Don't know what you're waiting for. Spend an hour digging out the magic item. Get really dirty. Maybe rethink. You're already dirty. Get that treasure. Start digging with your hands. Oh, your hands, really? Please don't. Yeah, I don't have any other tools for this. What about the pickaxe you got? Good idea. Start working. Or you just... Alright, I'm gonna go run some errands. See you in a bit, I guess. You dig. Down on your knees. Fingers digging into soft earth. You can sense it. The tingle as you dive in. Push yourself to the limits, all in search for that glowing thing beneath. You work hard until a deep layer of soil has been shuffled aside. And you feel it, something below, something hard. Pull out a metal object from the earth. Shield. Oh yes, this will be extremely useful. There's an esoteric aura around it. It is highly enchanted. The symbols on the surface indicate arcane era, probably a mass-produced artifact from the early days of the Coast War. How it ended up in this garden is, however, lost to you. Nice find. And I'm done with my errand, so we can head out. So what was your errand, Snell? Oh, just a little something. I wanted to make sure the voting cards I delivered the other day actually went out properly, but it's fine. Everything was handled, so it's cool. Good to hear. He gives you a thumbs up. Now let's go. Yes, let's. An esoteric shield. Pavis. An esoteric shield from the Coast War. The Arcanists mass-produced these bad boys, and every legionnaire was equipped with this, along with 100 other magic items. The imagery represents the bonds between Arcanist and his soldier. I still haven't found that book for Snur. Looking at the map. I really want to get more incense. Okay. Travel to Pillar Crossing. So it's this way and that way. City below. Still dead. Musky odor draft. Mayor's office. Sewers. Maybe it's in the South Cave somewhere? Lit up for a second and then went away. chest is buried here. Periapt of Hell. Void's death once per rest. Old paper. An empty piece of paper, really old paper. In the corner it says in some archaic tongue, Nota a mí mesmo, non olvides de debuxar el mapa ante que sotieres el tesoro. No. Another secret over here. Maybe up here. No. No idea where this book is. I have no idea what Ulzes wants me to do. Alright, let's get our deck shit on. There we fucking go, finally. A lone wolf, cares too much, won't let anyone close. Old trauma, got rejected, family trouble, who knows. Huh, alright, so it's not really a tragic backstory, but you get it now. He's a yearner. The type to hopelessly throw himself into his work for the sake of some greater good. An idealist. A romantic, in the most goblin sense of the word. Self-sacrificing. Dreaming. There's this twinkle in his eyes you can catch sometimes. A string attached to a destiny. One with few frays. Maybe you could trust him. Maybe he could be, a friend. Oh! There we go. There's a sadness in her existence, broken wings, stuck among lesser beings. What does she seek? When the angel falls, she ceases to exist. She is transformed. This creature does not seek redemption or emancipation. She seeks purpose. Etir does not need to be here. Something binds her to Earth, to Norvik. It is not esoteric, not in any sense of the word. It must be a difficult being to live between worlds like she does. Perhaps one day she will understand his words. Damn it. She knows, well, the flames of Eswith. Why is she here? Okay, let's finally examine this. Grab the bag and look into the void within. It's light, very light. What you found here is a very popular and extremely useful magic item, a bag of hold. Oh, Meeks knows this. It is hole that eats all and then spits out. Old Master had one with teeth, very rude one. I already have a pouch of holding. This is redundant. Yeah. What's interesting is whoever left this behind could definitely have stored a bunch of cool stuff inside. Could be anything. Expensive magic items, relics of divine might, messages from lost people and their culture, the doom of our existence, fancy clothes, oh yes. But more importantly, you could have a hoard of crowns. Try to grab the contents. As you do, the bag shivers in your hands. The usual trick of just turning it inside out or holding a hand in front of it while thinking of the thing doesn't seem to work. It's broken? Or cursed. Damn it, how will I get the potential stuff inside then? You could always try to force it. The smartest move would be to examine the bag closer. Shove your arm inside and root around. Examine the bag closely. Carefully stick your hand inside the bag. Try to ask the bag for stuff in different languages. Shove your head inside. Ask it nicely. What else can I do with this? Not much. If it's weird and cursed like this, should I put stuff inside? You could put things into it. However, since you already have a pouch of holding, it is redundant and fun. Try to put a random pebble inside. Toss it into the void. Try to get it out. Nothing you do seems to get it back out. Right. Good to know. Nat 20. Think about it. Usually languages and words lie within the blue one's expertise, but this is not so much a knowing much as it is an intuition. And interestingly enough, the only word that comes to mind is one that is not so directly interesting, a broad term that exists in every tongue. Money. Try some. Raha. Mongo. Pengar. Peningar. Money. Peniadze. Argent. As you speak that word, a flow of coins appears out of the bag. A lot of them. Many, many crowns. Oh gods. Keep catching coins. So many crowns until... eventually, it ends. Wow, that was what? 1 month's rent? Almost? Almost, yeah. Nice. You did work hard for it, picking up all those coins. Quite nice. Even if money is not everything, it is quite lovely to have it, to give to those less fortunate. Shove your head inside. Last thing you hear is Snell saying something about health and safety. Then you shove your head into the bag, and inside you see darkness. Close your eyes and feel. Something inside reacts with you. Something near. Something close. Your stomach grumbles. Yeah, I'm pretty hungry, actually. Hungry for one thing. One thing. Apple! As you speak the word, your vision becomes clouded in pure red. A wave of apple smashes against your face in the void. Pop your head out from the bag. As you do, following your head is a stream of apples. They fly all around, spill out on the ground, all around the little red treasures. Like little red treasures. At first, surprised, your companion's expression soon turns to wariness. Of course, what did I expect? Pick up an apple. Do so, taking one of many from the ground. Pick up an apple. Pick up, pick up, pick up. You must get them all. this go on forever? Done looting. It is done. Through time and strings you have become the Apple Boy. You may leave many apples around you on the ground. Such littering is bad. Snell avoids stepping on one. Here we go now. Got the bag, looking into the darkness. As you do, you realize there is a faint trace of dust along the edge. Bone dust, give me bone dust. Saying those words causes a canister to plop out of the ether. And another, and another. Cool, thanks. Useful, yes. But I want incense. Nice. With some finesse, you feel around the rim of the void within. And there, you feel it. Pull something out of it. Jar of pixie dust. Sweet, time to party. Your companion chugs. I suppose it doesn't really count as a drug if the effect is entirely esoteric. Nice. Strength. Three or higher. Easy. Shove your arm inside and root around. And you feel something hard. Grab it and pull it out. As your arm escapes the void of the bag, you see shards of yore. Several, in fact. Some of them drop to the ground and you pick them up. Hey, nice find. Alright, and finally, charisma. ask it nicely for something. Ah. This does not sound like it'd work. It's a bag. It follows esoteric rules, not rules of politeness. Try something else. You have so many shards. Ah, fuck you. Just need to roll a 9 or higher. Nice. See what to ask. Oh yeah, ale. I can't drink. No. Not that ale. The stuff you can drink, you know, that always helps you handle people. Even if you're not actually drinking. Oh, okay. Go for it. Not like it'll actually work. Can I have a concentrated rhubarb ale, please? Bottle pops out of the bag. Damn. Must have been polite. Your polite tone. What can I do with this? Not much. Fine. I'm gonna put the bag in deep storage. Put this in deep storage. This in deep storage. This in deep storage. Alright, I need to re-equip my shit on that side too. I'm annoyed that I can't figure out this quest. Revivify. Yes. Hand over his eyes. Place to hand over his eyes. Oh, you're actually rezzing? I mean, sure, it's a bit of a lottery doing it to a random like this, but sure, go ahead. Then the payment. Feeling it's a good corpse. Well, good luck on your lottery, corpse. Touch your finger to his forehead, to his chest, and to his left wrist. 300 coins turn to light in the air over his chest. Whole body loss of mind. Corpus totum mens perdita. Not the easiest revivify. Gentle repose keeps the body from decomposing, but it's still cold and the soul is far gone. You know it will work. Feels like a waste of money. Faint outline of an esoteric visage appears around the corpse. Cast Revivify. He breathes. Gah, where am I? Mutters to himself and then looks at you. A cleric? Right now, citizen, I've revived you. The man slowly gets up from the cold block. Feel fucking awful. What did you do to me, you cunt? Ungrateful. This is why you do not spend 3rd level spell slots and 300 crowns on random old men. He said, what did you... He groans and steps away, dropping the tarp. Look away, you're a naked citizen. Yeah, I can fucking tell. Gah. He groans and holds his head. Where's Rollo, that fucking boy? Oh no. He knows I've got insurance. I paid to be brought back with clothes, damn it. Rollo? Oh. The old nude man points in your face. I'll have you fired, you idiot. How long have I even been out? I told him before I went out to use the emergency fund, he yells. Clearly disoriented, spittle landing on your helm. Sir, you need to calm down. You've been dead for quite a while. You need to... Goblin? Don't tell me shit, Greenskin. Fuck off. I paid for your resurrection, you ungrateful prick. That's the least you could do. You city fucks can't even keep goblins from robbing us blind. Fuck this. He grabs the tarp and wraps it around himself. I have to pray they didn't replace me already. Gods be damned. The almost naked old man leaves the lich house in a hurry. Snell takes a deep breath. That was intense. Guess you got unlucky with your lottery corpse. What a foul man. I don't think I'm gonna do that again. Fair, I can understand that. If I ever get resurrected, I can promise I'll be more polite. So, let's... Fuck. I did not want to revive Rollo's dad. Seems like a piece of shit. Well... Let's go talk to Rollo, see what he's got to say. Should I mention the fact that I resurrected his father? Nah. It's not a great time. You can probably slip that one in later on. Some other time. Okay, fine. I kind of want to tell him right now, but if I insist. Yeah, it is what it is. There. Alright. Unfortunately, it is very late here. And this has been a rather long stream. So we will have to come back to all this tomorrow. Like I said, I really wish I could solve the the Gynosphinx's riddle, but for now, save and quit. Yeah, thank y'all for watching. See you tomorrow. Actually, I just had a brainwave. Hold on. Let me pull up the riddle again. It's not. Okay. Arcane, primal, divine. Arcane. This is arcane, primal, divine. Hold on. Oh no, is it too late? Can I still do it? Arcane, primal, divine. I'm gonna. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna load. No, I saved too late. This was before I went through the bag of holding, wasn't it? Yeah, why didn't I save? Alright, let's... Really quick. If this works, I'm gonna be kind of annoyed because of the fact that we had to reload to do it. But fingers crossed. Let me... Yep. Save. Load. Load file. Yes. Shows this barrels. What the hell? Okay. So I do need to load. Check the barrels. Yells this, can you move these? I want to get up on the stage. No, why not? The assignment's point to smell him. Me? Goblin sidekick? I'm not your sidekick, cleric. Well, I beg my differ, she sighs. I'm sorry, Goblin, but you're not allowed up here. I'll know the cleric is. Sure, I have no problem with that, but mind if I ask why? She smirks. I do mind. I will not answer that. Oh, interesting. Clearly, this is a hint to solve the riddle. You must perform some kind of act on the stage in order to fulfill the requirements. The Goblin shrugs. If you're doing some Sphinx riddle solving, I'll leave you to it. Good. I'll pick you up later. Go solo for a while. In the garden. Glances at the smiling kind of Sphinx. Don't rough him up too bad. You hear? Oh, I would never. Goblin shakes his head and leaves the chamber. Well then, get on up here, cleric. Remove these now. Yes, yes. I'm really sad if this is actually going to work, because so much happened since then, and I don't want to redo it. Welcome up, don't touch my feathers. I'm highly ticklish. Yep. The Beyond. Chest. Deck of many things. A deck. You're holding a deck. A deck of cards? Yes. A deck of cards. Feels heavy in your hands. There is death in this deck. You sense an overwhelming power looking at you. A voice in the beyond telling you, commanding you, to close your eyes. Why should I? Close your eyes. The darkness wins. You do as it asks. Or perhaps the darkness simply accepted you as its own, as it envelops the rest of you. What? The deck of cards is still with you. Should I draw from it? You could do that. But it is wise to not. Am I dead? No. Not this time. But you have been moved. Ho-ho! As you do, you find yourself on the floor of the tavern. The Gynosphinx sips on her wine barrel and laughs at you. You found it, then. How interesting. In front of you, on the ground, you see that fancy zinc container. It is... The deck of many things is yours. Do with it as you please. Pick it up. The deck of many things. You've heard many a tale about this legendary magic item. The card's enclosed with a fine zinc container. Holding it gives you an overwhelming sense of dread. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to go back and find all those fucking magic items and shit. Still have 3 incense. Curious. Mind expansion, potion of healing. Snell. Come back. Snell. Little one, the deck of many things. That is your reward, yes, but firstly, I must congratulate you. Very well done, cleric, for solving my riddle. It was very confusing. Imagine you would think that, yes. Don't comment on it. She sips on her wine. The esoteric challenge of it is the biggest hurdle, of course. And while I want to avoid inflating that ego of yours, little one, you do have quite the mastery over strings. Or at the very least, some type of natural inclination. You're not the first to say that. Nor will I be the last, she purrs out her next sentence as she leans in. Now as for the deck. Yeah? Yes. I am destined to warn you, cleric. There are few who have drawn those cards. Some will spell fortune, some death. It is the biggest gamble of your life, and you will never know the true odds. If you are willing to throw everything away, to grasp for that small sliver of potential, then draw. Otherwise, I suggest leaving it be. Once you do draw, or rather once you stop drawing, it will return to the confines of the vault. How many cards can I draw? As many as you wish. But remember, several of them will either kill you or completely destroy your life. So I suppose it's more like until you draw one of those. Do you know what all the cards do? Some of them. I've been around for quite a while after all. But I'm not allowed to say much. I can just tell you some of the highs and the lows, fortune or death. Can I sell it? Certainly. perhaps that is the only way to guarantee a somewhat good result, for yourself at least. But yes, it is yours to do with as you please. What happens if someone else solves the riddle while you have the deck? They get the second prize, of course. What's that? A dumb Sphinx joke incoming. What's that? A date with me. You're messing with me. Yes, little one. She looks at a quick turtle. If anyone were to solve it before you've used it up, the deck will simply be teleported back, leaving your draw as forfeit. So there's a time limit. Not in stone, but yes. I always imagined that was to keep anyone from just placing it in their own vault, you know. But it's not like people are solving my riddles every day. You have time, do not worry. What if I go around telling people how to solve the riddle? You think I give everyone the same riddle? That one was custom made for you, cleric. A Gynosphinx original. Be happy, I put so much effort into it. Thank you for the info, I will consider it. Sphinx nods. I need help. Now that was not a request. Tea shop. How mysterious. Sphinx ponders your request, sipping on her wine. This is no small request, cleric, but since you have proven yourself worthy, perhaps a gate shall be braved by this mortal despite the era. She smiles. So you know how to enter the gate. Yes. She puts down her wine barrel. Each gate has an attunement, a fine attunement, a very specific series of strings. One way to sneak in through the cracks is to carry a key, one attuned to those strings. Bring me a gemstone, cleric, an emerald to be precise. I shall attune it to the pillar's gate, allowing you to pass through. Emerald. Yes, a green gemstone. I'm sure you'll know where to find when you find it. That stone in particular holds a special connection with this pillar, for reasons I am not aware of, but I can use it well. Where can I find one? Good question. They are quite expensive after all, but unless you got the funds, I suppose I would suggest looking in the what you people call city below. There are many treasures hidden there. You'll turn it into a key. More or less, yes. Just like that. She shrugs. I'll go and find one of these gemstones. Wish you luck then, cleric. You saw one down in the crypt in Bend of Falls, Doom. Considering its madness, the demi-lich will either fight you for it or simply hand it over. Okay. I'm unfortunately gonna go do all of this fine secret stuff over again. Detect secrets, I mean. Magical artifact, yes, get to digging. I want to dig here, smell. Spend an hour. Good idea. The shield. I also want to go find that gold item. I want to put this in deep storage along with this. Sorry about this. I honestly feel kind of bad about this, but like, that was the only way I was going to solve the Sphinx's riddle in time. We already did the tea shop, right? Fingers crossed. Is there another one? Ah. Oh. Well, damn it. Spot an indent in the wall. Something's there. The goblin squints, his eyes going from the hole to you. He nods, pry away the scorched stone. With a faint tug, the wall tile breaks apart, revealing a soot-covered but otherwise intact safe. Of course there's a safe in the owner's office. Just makes sense. Jackpot. Let's get this bad boy open. Could contain important evidence. Force it open. I'm gonna bend solid steel? Don't think so, big guy. Safe is covered in iron studs, having been reinforced by a highly skilled blacksmith. There's a rotating handle at the center, its position used to input the entry code. Fine craftsmanship. If you listen to the clicking noise within, you should be able to get it open. It's an expensive box, not the type you'd find in the back of a tea shop. Goblin is correct. This does not make sense. Unless the Birdman deals with something more valuable than tea leaves. Knock. You whisper the magic word, an old Dominorian term that would be translated into something like full access. And safe opens with a metallic scraping noise. A layer of soot falls off the contents as the contents are revealed to you. Yes, well done. Well done, cleric. Now let's see what we got. Glance inside. The fire certainly did not reach anything here. Grab the coins. Grab the strange rocks. Grab the esoteric container. You grab it, it contains some type of mushroom dust, a form of light mago drugs, not even illegal but expensive. Nice. Snort it. It is not drugs. It is magical enhancements. Drugs will not be allowed at the towers. No cleric can take such substances. But this is no good for you, no. But it could be useful, and more importantly, you are allowed it. Nasty sludge. Enjoy it, cleric. Grab the spell scroll. Detect poison and disease. You grab the scroll. It contains the spell Detect Poison and Disease, which has very specific use cases. You will most likely not need it. A first-level divination spell. It allows the user to notice dangerous substances both in and outside the body, often used by healers as well as bodyguards. Birdman must have had it around to check bad tea, I guess. Interesting. This guy seriously thinks someone's going after him. Technically, we are, but this was before the explosion. I'm done here. Interesting. I don't remember where we found everything, but first things first, need to yoink this. Easy. Literally had to roll an out one other to get it, to not get it. Green gemstone. It's very pretty and probably very expensive. Once this whole election business is over, you could either sell it on the black market or turn it in at the tower for a reward. Neither would really net you a fortune, but maybe a fraction of a fortune. You also have a feeling this one holds some esoteric potential.
Huh?
I think. Okay. I don't know what, where that other one was. Musky odor. Paired health. Can put play. Sorry, I'm not super talkative right now. I'm just kind of running through all of this again. Oh, I did it. That you do so taking that's last apple? Yes it is. It's last apple? Yes. It is. I'm done looting now. It is done. Through time and strings you have become the apple boy. Can we go now? 82, nice. Nice. Consume. Put that away. And I also short rested. Alright. Now. I'm not gonna spend a Revivify on that guy. Now that I know what happens. I don't want to. I know it's save scummy, but like, ugh, I kind of don't care at this point. It's late. I need to go to bed. Yeah. Long episode. Sorry about the weird vibes at the end. Hopefully tomorrow we can see how the game finishes out. I mostly blame myself for how things went towards the end of the stream. I'm sorry for kind of cheesing things in order to get the Sphinx thing done. I just really wanted to get it done, and when I realized I couldn't do it after the bar closed, it was like, or the bar opened, I mean, I'm like, you know. Actually, before we leave, might as well do this last one. A great esoteric mystery, a conundrum. The Millennium Vault. Guarded by a riddle-crazed sphinx. There's no other type of sphinx, if you count the good ones. The secrets within were hidden in the darkness, but you saw the light ahead. That was a pillar of yore. Think about the big light you saw in the darkness of the vault. Yes, what other pillars are there? I'm sure there's many, but it was a pillar, one of the four, reaching through the earth, through the coast, but it was entirely made out of light. That is its true form. It is not material in nature. It goes beyond. Remember what the gods did, the true gods did, when they arrived in this realm. They attempted to destroy Yor for selfish or selfless reasons. No matter which, that is what they did. But if Yor controls his gates, it only makes sense from the purely strategic viewpoint that those gods would be desperate to manufacture their own pathways, their own gates. The vault is a gate to the beyond. Exactly. If these gods had their own gate, then why are they shut? Why place a sphinx to guard this one? Why place a, relatively speaking, simple magic item inside as some type of reward? It does not appear reasonable. Maybe someone else took over the vault when the outer gods were forced out? that is the case, and this gate is used as some type of storage facility, that would be rather silly. Then again, it is currently used as a permanent storage facility for that deck of many things, which is rather silly. There has to be a not silly explanation to all this. As you live your life, you will more and more realize, oftentimes there is no serious explanation for anything. Every piece of this world is put together by clowns and jesters. You're the only serious person that exists. I'm not very serious, am I? Exactly. What if Olzes is just fucking around? She could have been abandoned by her gods, left alone in a world without purpose. She could have gone insane, coping via riddles while helming this role as guardian of this vault. A vault without a master. However, this appears unlikely. Her role may very well be self-appointed, but you have collected no evidence of her rationality. Though she will clearly never share the truth with you, there is another truth to be shared. Not now, at the very least. Is the deck of many things a key of some kind, a clue to the real nature of the vault? That could be the case. The deck of many things is an item with a very high degree of randomness involved with the outcomes. Whoever placed it there could have done it to play a proverbial prank on the mortals who reach inside, or it could be a test. Fate is to be the deciding factor. Perhaps the fate is the key to finding the correct card in the deck. Either way, your life is far too precious to throw away at such a dangerous game. Do not draw any card at all, if you act in any way as smart as you are. Could I have gone deeper? Could the vault be an actual gate to the worlds beyond? No. The boundaries of that place were tightly knit. The strings were all around you, holding you in place. The vault is a piece of the beyond. For whatever reason, you were not allowed to use it as anything but. I won't get any real answers, will I? You will not. However, if you keep thinking about it, you'll eventually come to a conclusion. You're a genius, after all. Simply keep scribbling in the margins. Keep working on your esoteric knowledge, and the truth will be revealed. Honestly, this whole thing just makes it obvious. This is all about magic items. The deck of many things, sure, but also the other shit you collect. You got one hell of a connection with strings, right? Or maybe that visit in the vault gave you exactly what you needed to connect even more. Like a ley line hook. Millennium Guardian, Sphinx holding the beyond. Your body is deeply entwined, pierced, coupled. Enhance your body further. Drink more potions. But also follow the tingle. The positive tingle, as your body collapses and your breath is lost, and your feet fall into the earth. Your healing will always be there to bring you back. Your magic hands, your empathetic magical hands. Creepy. Idiotic. Focus on research. Power through knowledge, not by filling yourself with hag liquids or giving your soul to only positive forces. Understand it, wield it, master it. This is the path to learning the truth. Leyline hook. Wear more magical shit and get even more in tune with the esoteric. It's not that complicated. Alters ability score modifiers on trinkets. Positive modifiers get +1 and negative modifiers get -1. Tell me more about Millennia Guardian. Body is a temple. Fill it with esoteric flow. The effects from potions are doubled. For ability score increases, this only affects the first potion of a kind you've ingested. Positive tingle. Heal everyone. Let that become your mastery. Healing spells are rolled with twice the normal amount of die. Scribble the margins. Never stop working. Always focus on learning more. Cleric level is doubled when calculating the amount of spells you can prepare. Positive tingle. The world will thank you. Swallow your poor bones. Finish thinking about this esoteric event. Honestly, I'm thinking about doing another short rest to get me another spell slot. And then we call it there. Alright. Good night.